Well, well, well. There's always more. There is always more, which is the worst part of this whole thing. It's the worst part of this whole thing. There is always more. I want you guys to know, we I was able to handle 2 documents. There are 4 docs of roughly equal length. Also, I just realized that these are the first spoken words I've said out loud all day long. And my voice feels very alien to me. Let's see here. Man, I cannot express to you guys how much I love the fact that my stream deck is working again. This shit is so convenient, dude. Oh, man. So, how's everybody doing? Everybody ready to suffer with me? Are we ready to get through the final day of suffering before there's someone that... Listen, just so that we can... Just so that we can get a wee bit of preview for... Like, I'm not much of a drama streamer anymore. I feel like the last time I covered a drama was maybe summer of last year. But there's just two people that I despise that are the most... They're interesting people. Going over this is so bad for you. Listen, I know it is. But I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people. And the people want it. And honestly, at a certain point, like it's like watching a slow motion train wreck, right? It's like watching like a live leak video. It's like watching, you're scrolling on Twitter and then, the Ukraine war starts or October 7th happens and you like can't look away from the screen. You're just like, this is horrible. I can't believe this is happening. Bro, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And then you scroll down and the next video starts. You're like, bro, I can't believe this is real. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. This is deplorable. And then you swipe down the next video and the cycle just starts all over. It's like doom scrolling, but for like the worst shit you've ever seen in your life. And also, like, some of the stuff is like, there's so much in here that is absolutely the most disgusting shit you've ever seen. Just like the most, like, where's the part with the bad person? The kid is so like depressed, they get drunk and they're just like venting to their friends, right? I didn't mean to be bad. I'm mad at my dog and I'm mad that I'm mad at her. Or I hate that I'm mad at her. It's not her fault my parents love her more than me. Not that I ever act on that anger, but... And then like that same day or the day before some shit, 2 days before, Poppy's like talking to their Discord kittens. Adopted children. They're Discord kittens. And like, I love you, my son, but their actual child hasn't heard their parents say that to them for 10 years. Like, this sort of stuff is absolutely deplorable. But then you, like, scroll down, like, 2. And because you're already primed, you're, like, so depressed for the kid that you don't see the comedy in the credit score question. Like, I thought about that after stream yesterday. I was like, actually, the fact that she freaked out so hard about, like, asking for credit scores is actually really funny. This is really funny. What's y'all's credit scores? I'm looking at because I'm being essentially kicked out of my own house because my mother decided to, choose the living sleeve over their child. I might need a cosigner for my apartment. This is a massive ask and not something we handle over text? Yeah, it's because Zena has no credit score. Yeah. Well, also the child doesn't have a credit score either, because it's not like Poppy ever cared enough to help the child ever purchase a car, like co-sign for it and build credit or anything like that, right? You're also asking us to co-sign and plan on that money, but that is a larger conversation. I'm not asking you to do anything like that. I'm just collecting information. By simply collecting that information, you are asking for our financial information. Bro, it's actually really funny. Like, it's like actually Karen behavior. You know, them letting mold grow on the counter because their live-in maid isn't there to clean up after them, right? The don't do tone indicators here. I can't function with that. Text like normal. Bro, it's actually really funny. The lack of of any ability to function in real life, or seemingly. I mean, like, let's be real. The real reason that they're doing this is because they're trying to make sure that they have ultimate control over the child, so that there is no ambiguity, or so that there's continued ambiguity, so that they can find reasons to be upset, you know? Yeah, imagine hearing the word normal from these two. I didn't read today's beginning chapter, but it's called Zena Takes Over the Kitchen. Sir, General! The Zenas have taken over the kitchen! What? How could our lines have been pushed back that far? Okay, let's get some calmer music to play in the background while we go over this. Where is the... There it is. The xenomorphs have taken over the kitchen. They're not letting... We've lost access to the toaster. General, what are we gonna do? Okay. I just want this at a whisper, basically. So as to not detract from the amazing content we have to go through. I don't know how this person does not get violent. No, I was saying that yesterday. Like, just like the very end of this, there's like a jump back in the timeline, right? And it's a list that the child before all of these logs, right? It's just a list, single space, 3 pages on Word. And it was just like needs and concerns about living the living situation. And it's like they said that it was unreasonable and dishonest, right? Like, oh yeah, look right here. Yeah, this kid had a goal to show up with a 3-page single-space list of things they were upset at us about. Half of them were just dishonest, and half of them were just partial framings that ignored any context. And then they admit to being abusive to the child when they were young. And the only thing unreasonable in this entire thing is that any of this had to be asked for. Like bathroom rules. I have to ask before showering, but you guys never ask me before showering. Reserved bathroom times for me aren't respected. I have to hold it when I wake up late, even though that is the time that I need it the most. If I ask whether or not you need the bathroom to shower and you say you need the bathroom, please 1, actually get up and use the bathroom right away, and 2, let me know when you're done. The fact that any of this has to be asked for is wholly unreasonable. I would do 25 to life if I had to live with him, bro. There would be no 25 to life. There would be no possibility of parole. Okay, and they wouldn't be able to arrest me because I would lock myself in the apartment with them and then Aaron Bushnell myself. Okay, just gasoline and a single spark. All right. Whereas like some of the like, yeah, sometimes you take up my designated food time. Designated food time? Like they're feeding the child like it's a cat? Like, oh no, don't feed Mr. Whiskers. You know, he's obese. Mr. Whiskers, he's obese, and we only feed him at 7 in the morning and 7 at night. Yeah, food out there. Like, I just can't imagine. Mittens just cannot eat outside of those times. If I miss my food times, I'm not allowed to get food until y'all are done in the kitchen, which isn't good for me for health reasons. Remember, this person has a blood disorder that they need excess amounts of salt with in order to like not pass out, right? Like they have to constantly maintain like certain glucose levels, certain sodium levels in their blood, right? But like the ADHD needs of Zena, the bed blob, who gets headaches sometimes, supersedes the physical disability of the child. Hey, you know what? I'm already getting heated, but we're listening to calm music and we need to finish the documents. This one right here. We should all have equal access to parts of the house, especially parts of the house that facilitate bodily functions, such as the bathroom and the kitchen. Bro, if I ever had to ask someone, to use the pisser outside of like, you know, I'm in school or, you know, something like that. Outside of a situation like that, bro, I honestly don't know what I would do. I would be so taken aback. I'm not a violent person, okay? It would take something extreme to cause me to become violent. But bro, about halfway through this thing and I'm already feeling violent. Okay, let's see here. Scrolling up. Where were we? Oh yeah, Zena takes over the kitchen. Imagine having to ask for permission before having explosive diarrhea. If they denied me, like if I had like food poisoning or something, bro, I would just go I would go like full demon mode. Lay a nice little patty right in the middle of their bedroom. Dude, this is like, again, I don't believe in reincarnation. I don't believe in past lives. But like, if they do exist, Zena was a concentration camp guard. Okay, like no question. This shit's insane, bro. Okay, let's actually get started here. All right, I don't need the music in my ears. That's for y'all's benefit. Okay. Oh, me. Zena takes over the kitchen. Pay close attention to the timestamps here. Okay, 3:02 p.m. Donuts and Swiss rolls were a bad breakfast choice. Lactose intolerant. I literally had no option because I didn't have any clean knives. Parents didn't let me do any dishes yesterday. Bro, okay. Almost 6 hours later. Bro, I hate Zena. I literally haven't eaten all day. And I tell Zena that and they still won't let me heat up food in the microwave. I've had breakfast and that's it. That was 8 hours ago. You should have coordinated better. You didn't tell us anything about you going. I did. You knew I was going. Like if that wasn't clear enough to you, you could have just asked. I'm so exhausted. I have granola bars, but that's literally all I have. I guess you have to eat granola bars for the rest of your life because clearly Zena is more important than you. I can't understand how the dishes are such an issue in this household. That's something that I don't understand either. Like, there's 3 people living in this house, right? Me and my girlfriend live together. We have to do dishes like every other day, every 3 days. Just about, like, sometimes we'll forget and it'll pile up, but then it's like, oh, okay, we'll throw some in the dishwasher and it takes like, an hour for it to get finished. How is this such a consistent issue? Like, I want to see photos of the dish of the sink. I want to see how bad it's piling up. I want to see what 4 days of dishes like is. Yeah, Zena eats way too much. I'm just mad because, like, what the else is she gonna do to occupy her time? She doesn't have a job. I haven't heard of any hobbies. The majority of her time seems to be just micromanaging the child's life. All right. Literally, scheduling and time and shit is always more important than my health, because Zena might get a migraine. Never mind the fact that I'm starving. I would love, I can't even make this joke because I've made similar jokes in the past, and then people have spread lies about. A long time ago, I was friends with a person on Twitch, and we stopped being friends because they were asking way too much of me to, like, change my personality for their benefit. So that was unreasonable, so I stopped being their friend. And then, like, a year later, someone in my chat tells me that this person, they are a trans woman, had CPS called on them, right? And the last time I talked to them, it was a conversation about, children should go to school. If they're not receiving an education, I consider that to be child abuse. If you're going to, like, because you're a paranoid schizophrenic and you think that the nuclear holocaust is going to happen, so you keep them at home, but you also aren't, like, giving them an actual education, I would consider that child abuse. In this person's case, they were scared of transphobia towards their child, which I would think is a lot more reasonable if the child wasn't 4 years old. And so me and that person had an argument, and I thought that, like, if you're holding your preschool child out of school forever and they're becoming truant because they're not going to school because you're scared someone's going to be transphobic to the 4-year-old when the children don't even have that conception yet in their brain, then yeah, I think that's child abuse. Anyways, fast forward a year and a half or something like that, and I hear that child CPS was called on this person. And I said, you know what? I'm not surprised whatsoever. Like, if CPS was called on them because they're not sending their kid to school or something like that, and they're just, like, being bed blobs all day pretending to be on disability, and then they have their kid at home and they're just, like, essentially becoming doomsday prepper, totally separated from society because they're terrified of transphobia in the world. Like, yeah, that child should be taken from the parent, right? That got twisted into me being the one that called CPS on her. Yeah, in the bunker making bathtub estrogen, yes. That turned into me calling CPS on her, and then tons of people all over Twitch politics, all these no-name 3-viewer streamers repeating that claim to everyone. I have no clue how they took what I said. Like, if it was the case that she wasn't sending her kid to school, I'm not surprised that CPS got involved, right? Turned into me calling. But the person that I want to make fun of later today, Alec Gunter, is someone that helped spread. He had her on immediately after a debate that me and him had. He got upset because he didn't realize that he was losing the debate. Got upset and banned me, and then brought this lady in, and then perpetuated this idea that, number one, I knew who she was, like what her name was. Number two, I knew where she lived. And number three, that I contacted CPS on her, right? So I'm going to absolutely revel in the downfall of this subhuman, like, disgusting freak. All right. Didn't that person got your channel banned by saying slurs on your stream? Oh yeah. Also, that stupid that says that I called CPS on her got me banned. My first ban on Twitch because she kept on saying slurs on my stream. Anyways, we need to focus on this. Sorry, those people trigger the out of me. God, I hate those people. Anyways, so not allowing the child to eat. I didn't even know that you were around that long, Shadowrun. Like, actually. Also, for the people in Kick Chat, I will click on your links later, but for right now, we're going over this, all right? Because we gotta bust through it. Let's see, where were we? So, scheduling and time and shit is always more important than my health because Zena might get a migraine. Again, press X to doubt. I would love to see the financial statements, how much they're getting in disability because they're just they have too many headaches, couldn't be bothered to take some ibuprofen every once in a while. Never mind the fact that I'm starving. Y'all, okay, so that was 9:02 p.m. Wait, hold on. So that was 3:02. Almost 6 hours later. Definitely 6 hours later. Add another hour to that. Y'all, I still haven't had lunch yet. Zena is still in the kitchen. I haven't had a real meal since 2 p.m. What are they doing in there? Cooking. It's been 2 hours. Is there sorry, I almost went into culinary school. I've had a lot of different possible, for people that like have never watched my stream before, I've had a lot of very rapidly changing possible career paths. And at one point I almost went into culinary school because I didn't want to finish college, but that didn't work out. So now I have to finish it. Can you guys conceive of a single meal that you would make on like a weeknight that would take 2 hours of active cooking time? Maybe if you're like making a pot roast and you put it in the oven. Yeah, but beef Wellington, that's not active cooking time for the majority of that, right? Meal prepping, maybe? They're incapable. Well, hold on. Meal prepping? Do you think that these people have that kind of, forethought into the future? I don't think so. Not with all of their debilitating ADHD diagnoses, okay? Let me see here. They're incapable of making a quick meal, yet they ask me to make something quick all the time. What in the goddamn are they making? Something in a slow cooker and they have to sit there and watch it? I saw pie crusts on top of the freezer, so I assume they're making pot pie. So it's something in the oven, which means they're not using the microwave. Let this make some ramen. All right? You're not going to listen. These people don't even know how to I'm just going to stop. You know what? Hey, everyone that's new to my stream, I'm going to drop all of the preconceptions that I have about, optics or anything. All right. Sometimes I like to make edgy jokes. I want you guys to know that I love all people. Okay. I love all people. But Zena and Poppy obviously don't even know how to manage owning a slave, because you have to have them at least have some nutrition in them so that they have enough energy to do all of the chores you want them to, right? You can't have a slave and have them die of malnutrition, because then you're just going to have to get a new slave, which I guess for Zena and Poppy isn't going to be that difficult because they have at least 6 or 7 Discord kittens on standby that they could just, trick into moving in with them and then totally financially dominate. So anyways, I love all people. All right. Use a microwave. Yeah. Okay, well, the first thing I saw said an hour and 20 minutes, so I guess I'll give them that one. But why aren't you allowed to use a microwave? Exactly. Is the kitchen that small? Put thing in heat box and walk away until it yells at me. Yeah. And no, my kitchen is like twice the size of every other kitchen I've seen in any house or apartment. Everything Zena's doing is on the opposite side of the kitchen to the microwave. So does Zena not realize you don't have to be standing in front of the microwave for it to work? Like if their issue is you being in the kitchen, you can just put thing in, walk away until it beeps. And then they're saying to move up to Canada. It's now 11:12 p.m. Update, it's now been like 2 hours and 20 minutes since I was told to f off. I still have not gotten to eat. I had to get my mom to talk to them to be allowed to eat. Spawn says my kitchen. Yeah, I mean, like, again, Spawn is paying rent. And possibly 100% of the rent. Because I believe at this time... No, wait, hold on. This is 2022. So they're paying half of the rent at this time. And they have access to like 2% of the house on average. Okay? Like 50% of the rent, 2% of the house. I'd kill someone if after being talked to, I'd kill someone if after being talked to that Xena refuses to give up. I wish people learned how to use commas or something. If Xena refuses to budge, let me know. I'll come bite them. My mom was also like trying to say it was my fault because I went shopping before going home and my food time is at 7. Bessie, I wasn't going to be on the bus home till 7:50 and it was scheduled out like that on the calendar. So that was what day? The 13th, the next day. Sorry, but I can't put off doing my dishes any longer. You can't spring chores on me the day of and expect me to drop everything to do them. I'll still get done what I can from this list, but my dishes will take priority. Spawn, do your dishes first. You can get the list done too. If something isn't working, we can move it to Sunday, but you have to focus on the dishes and get them done efficiently. They should only take 30 minutes. Please get moving now. And yes, you can be told things the day of. You do not have a job. Full stop. Telling me things the day of is fine, but it's more of a you can't expect me to drop everything to do whatever it is. I absolutely can. You have no job and are not in school. If you want to talk further, come out here. How is this able to pay rent without a job, but you guys are still like bed blobs 90% of the day, dude? Yes, Zena is totally dependent on Poppy, it seems, because they are unmarried and all the income goes to Poppy so she can get disability benefits, which adds a whole other Oh. So if they're married, they no longer are they still considered a dependent? No, I think you can claim, like, if you have a stay-at-home wife, you can claim them as a dependent. But you probably can't get disability, right? Because you have a stream of income coming in from your partner. That's why they're not married. Oh, bro. No, I'm not making any allegations. And I'm also not saying anyone should look into this. I would never tell anyone to do something that I would not do. And I do not give enough of a about these people, nor do I have the time, nor, honestly, the care to look into this. But would that be considered disability fraud? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about disability benefits. I've never been on any kind of government assistance outside of FAFSA. So it should technically be lower because Poppy is paying rent and for food. Okay. Yeah, I don't care enough to have people look into that though. So that's for the commentary YouTubers. Okay, that's for the truly mentally ill internet sleuths. All right, and that is not me. 10:14, your time is not your own. Okay, you have no job and are not in school. I still pay rent, you dumb slut. Sorry, I hate these so much. The way they talk to this child is, I know they're not literally a minor, but they're 80 pounds and financially and emotionally and literally dominated by these two people that are constantly talking shit to them while they're paying for half of their living expenses. It is so infuriating. It also makes me wonder how Spawn's trust was structured. Yeah, I love how they turned to fiscal conservatives when talking to Spawn. True. But also telling me things the day of is not super helpful for my autism and ADHD because I have to have concrete plan of what's happening each day. I love how, like, I don't even know, like, it could be the fact that Spawn is super soy, or it could be Spawn learning behaviors from Zena and Poppy because that's what they do. They use their autism and ADHD constantly to tell Spawn that they can't do something because it with Zena's autism and ADHD. But when Spawn uses autism and ADHD, they're like, huh, deal with it. Fair, but this is why we have a comprehensive schedule and you don't hold to that. A comprehensive schedule, this is a complete non sequitur to what they're talking about. It's a complete contradiction. They're saying, you're not helping me because we have a schedule, but now you're adding more to the schedule. Oh my God, I hate them. Also, accommodations need to be discussed ahead of time. I'm sorry, Zena, do you not know that the person has autism, POTS, ADHD, like weighs 80 pounds and is starving to death because you're so fat that you can't leave the kitchen? Are all of these things that you are unaware of? Because they feel like they've been discussed ahead of time. I feel like throughout this document, if we look at how many times there have been screen caps where the child says, I have ADHD and autism, and I would like it if you didn't spring shit on me. These things have been discussed ahead of time. There is nothing here that is a surprise to you unless you're literally and you have the memory of a goldfish and you can't remember anything that doesn't have object permanence right in front of you. What the is wrong with you? It needs to be discussed ahead of time? We're calming down. It's not fair to make boundaries and expect them to be held when people don't even know what they are. Plus, you aren't the only one with disabilities. I'm just a small little bean and I also have disabilities, which is why you're my little slave. I've told you guys this before, but it's understandable that you'd forget, so I can't be mad at that. 2:11 p.m. Now this is 6:47 p.m. Yes, this is actually the Oppression Olympics. 4 hours later. Almost 5 hours later. Also, Zena assumed I was trying to be an asshole when I was like, I get how you could forget. Bestie, I have ADHD. I forget shit all the time. I understand forgetting things. I'm not trying to be a... Wait, I'm sorry. Even if you were being like passive aggressive here, totally justified. I understand forgetting things. I'm not trying to be a... And then Zena goes, I write everything down so it's not possible that I forgot clearly. You just didn't tell me. I've told you this at least 5 times. Throughout this document, there's way more than 5 times that the kid has told them that they have ADHD and autism. Reminder, please don't spring stuff on me. I'm not going to be able to do it if you spring stuff on me at the last second. Isn't there a video of Poppy forgetting to pay the rent? If there is, please send it to me. That would be really funny. 10:19, missed dentist appointment. So this is 5 days later. Fuck, I forgot to turn off airplane mode and missed a call about the ride to my dentist. Zena won't take me because they might get a migraine. If I'm more than 10 minutes late, the dentist will make me reschedule. I don't know what to do. My mouth hurts so much. This Zena person needs to die in a video game. Holy shit. Why does this keep happening? I have to wait another 2 weeks now because Zena won't take me and I missed the call. My mouth has been in pain for months. I've missed the appointment that was supposed to help me get my life together. I've missed the appointment to fix my teeth. Everything feels so hopeless now. I don't understand what might make her get a migraine. Well, canonically, according to them, so far, it's smells, sounds, sights, stress, movement. I think those are the 5 that I can remember off the top of my head that have been that are now like in the canon of Zena and Poppy. She smells something she doesn't like. If she hears something that's too loud, if she gets too stressed out, which that one sounds like an actual like trigger for a migraine, but or the other, too much movement. So if they like do too much physical activity, they get a migraine. Like, I don't know much about migraines. I'm not gonna lie. I've gotten one in my entire life. I'm not an expert on migraines, but like something's fishy here. But there are things that you can do. But Zena is just such a small being that can't control anything about their life. So, like, what do you mean that there are things that they can do? They just have to sit there and suffer through them. And also, you know, bust out the truncheon if the child doesn't do the dishes. You can't have that many triggers, Jesus Christ. I mean, they don't have that many triggers, okay? Also, lights there. Oh, yeah, bright lights. Okay, so that was the 19th, 9 days later. Oh, my God. Parents told me to get up at a reasonable time. I woke up at 12:30 and finished breakfast by 2 p.m. because I was supposed to vacuum in the morning. And then I go to Zena like, hey, y'all told me to be up early for chores. And they're like, this isn't early. This is really late. And you made a choice that f***ed up everything. I'm sick of having to micromanage you all the time. Like, okay, it's not my fault. I mean, 12:30 isn't early. But don't these people have like the most sleep schedule imaginable? Like, don't these people stay up till 4? Oh, I closed out the other document. But don't these people like routinely stay up till like 4 in the morning texting their Discord kittens? What time do they expect? If the house has that kind of sleep schedule, 12:30 is early. I don't know, man. Okay, it's not my fault. Y'all weren't specific about what time y'all wanted me to be up by. You also don't have to micromanage me. You're just incapable of accepting anything less than perfection. Apparently, they wake up at 1 p.m. and shit. Lots of FOMO in that house. You're just going to have to get consequences later today. There were a million chances y'all had to wake me up. This isn't my fault. Y'all didn't communicate. 2 days later, dropped chocolate. Had a fight with Zena because I forgot to pick up a chocolate bar that fell on the floor when I was out of it from Pots. And I explained all the issues and symptoms I was having first to explain why I forgot. And Zena kept saying it was a personal choice that I hadn't had lunch yet because I apparently still had food in the fridge/freezer. Food that I either A, didn't know existed after looking for it, or B, would take me 20 minutes or more to make, which I couldn't afford to do because the pharmacy closes at 6. And then when I said I was having POTS issues, I was accused of lying about POTS because I hadn't mentioned it earlier in the conversation, despite me saying all the symptoms I was having. And also, that even if it were true, it's still my fault because I made a personal choice not to eat. I guarantee you, if we were to go into Zena and Poppy's YouTube channel, we would find multiple examples of them talking about like the pick yourself up by your bootstraps mentality type shit, and about how damaging that is to people who have like disabilities and shit. Like, did you know a nice side note? The dog they own is the same type that killed Spawn's mom. Wait, is their dog a pit bull? No shot. Wait, I've seen this dog. Was it a pit bull? Okay, this is the thing that we might look at. Yeah, the mom died in a horse riding accident, but it was because of a pit bull that scared the horse. What is the one where the dog is in the background and they're like feeding the dog? Oh my god, is this the panel that they were on because of my fight with them? No. Way too far back. Where's the one that we watched? Hold on, I'll just look for like a little red bar at the bottom. The horse was irritated by a dog. The owner of the dog paid the money that went to the trust. Bro. I am so curious how much money was in the trust before Poppy started siphoning funds out of it, and how much was left afterwards. Has anyone done a deep dive into that? I'm rapidly losing interest in finding out what kind of dog they are. I don't see any more videos that have red bars at the bottom that we watched on stream. So wait. I don't care. It's too long ago, hard to get info. Yeah. I tried to end the conversation, but Zena wouldn't let me. Oh, wait, hold on. Made a personal choice not to eat, and after accusing me of lying, Zena wouldn't let me talk and kept interrupting me. Zena and Poppy are allowed to be out of it, but if I'm out of it, it's due to personal choice, apparently. And I tried to end the conversation, but Zena wouldn't let me. So everyone else is allowed to end arguments, but I'm not. And this entire 30-minute argument turned screaming match only happened because a chocolate bar fell on the floor. I can't leave until I find a job, but I don't have the energy to look anymore. I've applied to so many places and nobody wants me. I feel like I'm suffocating. Bonus points, I was also visibly struggling to breathe that entire conversation, which is, you guessed it, a POTS symptom. POTS symptom. Oh, I've heard so much about this, but I haven't heard, I don't know what the details of it, but the burnt tortilla bag, I'm so curious about what that is. Can you guys imagine living in this amount of stress for this long? Can you guys just imagine walking on eggshells like this every single day? Having so many like knockout, drag out fights with the people that you're living with that you have logs from essentially like a fifth of the days out of every single month. Yeah, screaming match, no migraine. Kid in sight, oh! Like, what the is going on with these people, dude? Imagine not being able to ever chill out and relax. Yeah, I can't. There were points in the worst living situation I ever was in. I lived in this townhouse with 3 other dudes. We were splitting the rent 4 ways, and there were some periods where it was like actually pretty rough, right? I was getting really irritated because I was having to like cover multiple people's rents, and then I would like slowly get money back over time, and I almost certainly never got all of that money back, right? And like there was, you know, moldy food that like at a certain point I couldn't clean up after 3 other dudes who were in their between the ages of like 24 to like 42, and none of them knew how to clean. And so like eventually there were like points where we would get into like house arguments like, hey, I've been cleaning up after all of you all the time. There's dishes all the time. There's moldy food out. I can't do all of everyone's dishes all the time. You guys literally never touch the dishes, right? But then we would work it out. People would start doing dishes. I mean, it wasn't consistent, but, you know, we would have people get guilted into doing dishes for a couple of weeks, right? And then we'd have that conversation again. But it wasn't like every single day there was something. This is like 11/6. This is 1 week before the dropped chocolate, which was 2 days before the waking up at a reasonable time, which was 9 days before the missed dentist appointment, which was 5 days before whatever this was. Oh, yeah, your time is not your own. Like, this is like constant over and over and over. All right. Let's see here. Where are we at? Also, really quick aside. Right now we have 11 viewers on YouTube, but there are only 4 likes. What the is that? There's a discrepancy between the concurrent viewers and the likes. Bump up the likes. It helps us out. It gets more people in chat. It makes stream more entertaining for me and you. Thank you very much. There's 1. All right. Let's bump it up to 8 at least for the lurkers. The burnt tortilla bag. Hey, we need help. God, I wish this wasn't so small. Okay, this is Poppy. Hey, we need help. The tortillas bag was burned by the toaster over. Oh my God, can these people please, for the love of God, use like spell check on their phone? Use commas. I know I keep on saying it, but it makes it so difficult to cover their drama. Okay? Yeah, to sing a song until everyone likes the stream? No. You guys have to pay to hear me sing, okay? The tortilla bag was burned by the toaster oven and is making everyone sick. We threw them away, but we need the trash taken out. No one else has used them. Please be more careful. This is a health hazard for me. Okay, yeah. How was it burned by the toaster? Okay. Next time this happens, please tell us immediately. Otherwise, you will not be able to use the toaster oven. Please clean the toaster oven once it is fully cool. This wasn't me. It was no one else. And you literally came out of your room with a mask on. This should be premeditative knowledge of the smell. Oh, man. You know what? Zena is like pure, unmitigated, like distilled evil, like concentration camp guard level shit. But when Poppy starts coming into the mix, this shit's funny as it was no one else. This shows premeditative knowledge of the smell. Me. No one else used tortillas in the last several days. I came out with a mask on because I smelled stuff. Only you. Wait, you smelled it too, Poppy. This wasn't premeditative. Spawn, the only person who used the toaster oven was Zena, and they made me toast. So how did the bag get burned if you are the only person using tortillas right now? I used them yesterday, not today as well. I don't know. Fair enough, but I never had them near the toaster when I made stuff, and I had no idea anything happened until just now because I couldn't smell it from my room. I can demonstrably prove you did it, but all evidence points... Wait, I can demonstrably prove you did it. I assume they mean because all evidence points to you? It's just because you refused to believe your own child that you raised from birth in favor of your sleeve that you siphon money off the government using disability funds because they refuse to get a job. You're choosing to believe the bed blob over the child. Yeah, we understand it. Demonstrably proven. I will let this go for now, but should something like this happen again, the person responsible will be buying me a new one? Did it damage the toaster oven? Zena saw me without a mask on at first too. I came back out after to grab a mask, and because Zena forgot that first time, I apparently planned to atom bomb my house. I think I've said this before, but it feels so unnerving how your mom talks to you like she's your boss, like living there with her is your job and shit. I don't know, maybe that's just how she talks, but looking at this makes me go, I like how everything in the house is your fault, and now even if you physically were incapable, okay. I genuinely have no idea how the tortillas got there. They weren't there this morning when I had to move stuff away from the toaster oven. Also, if it were me, then the smell would have happened this morning when I made bagels. Someone else put the tortillas there. And Zena is the one who ran the toaster without checking if there were flammable things near it. Your mom's voice. You moved them with your mind near the toaster oven to kill us. Now you must clean the toaster oven and also the entire apartment. If anything, that makes this Zena's fault, not mine. God, when I smelled it, I was like, that's Drano, right? But my parents would never use Drano, so I was really confused. Then I was like, did my package arrive early and the product arrived early and leaked everywhere? But that also doesn't make sense because Geiger counters don't have liquid in them. Is this kid buying a Geiger counter? Based? Based? What the is the point of buying how much is a Geiger counter? About like 50 to 100 for a cheap one? Oh, you can get this one at Walmart for only $40. Poppy was not happy about that. Well, they were trying to protect themselves because there's obviously some sort of radioactive level of autism coming off of Zena and Poppy at all times, and they're just trying to make sure that in addition to their POTS, they don't also develop like leukemia or something. That's obviously what they're doing, right? Something's radioactive in that house, all right? Didn't assume burnt plastic because I've accidentally burnt plastic onto the toaster before and nothing happened other than there's plastic stuck to the glass. Oh, yeah. Hold on, really quick. So the last thing that I want to cover, because this will be like something that's funny and not absolutely depressing to the bone. I want to see the receipts on the $2,000 for furry porn. Can someone please link that to me? I really want to see those logs. I want to see what the negotiations were like. I want to see what the demands for the image were like. Let's see here. My mom didn't used to talk to me like that. I think her therapist training rotted her brain. Actually, no, thinking about it, she's just like that in arguments. Like, I don't think blaming anyone for this will get anyone anywhere. But if we were to blame someone, that blame should fall on the last person to use the toaster oven. True! If I'm supposed to check for things around the toaster every time I use it, then you are too. Like, even if I, like, is it the child's responsibility to make sure that the apartment is proofed for Xena? Do y'all remember that, what was that old game that came out on Steam Greenlight where it's like a baby, it's a asymmetrical multiplayer where one person is a baby trying to kill themselves and the other one's the dad who's trying to make sure the baby doesn't kill themselves? Is that what this is with Spawn and Zina? Like, Zena's just like glazed eyes, sticking a fork into a outlet, and then Spawn has to come over and tackle them away from it so they don't die. But then they get yelled at because they tackled Zena away from electrocuting herself. Yeah, straight jackets and helmets. That's what we need in this house. Bubble wrap. You know what? Actually, honestly, Spawn could have avoided 100% of all of this. And it is her fault. She could have avoided 100% of all of this. She could have just used her trust fund to renovate their apartment. And like, Xena's probably really clumsy. So like making sure that all of the hard surfaces are actually padded. So that like if Zena were to trip and she hit her head or like she like bumped her elbow or something, like she wouldn't get hurt. And like just in case, like because your head is really sensitive and she gets migraines, maybe they should get her a helmet, right? And then like also like some of the most fragile parts of your body are like your fingers and your toes. So maybe like like some sort of device that like if you put like a jacket that like keeps your hands away from things, like almost like it's like hugging you so that your hands are underneath your armpits so that you don't accidentally break your fingers. Oh wait, hold on, that's just like a padded room in a psych ward, which is where Zena belongs. Holy shit, we solved the puzzle, everybody. We don't actually have to completely proof our entire house. We could just use the state institutional system to push the Xena problem onto somebody else. Yeah, Bubble Boy the sequel. Holy shit. Yeah, we can afford that one. All right, let's see here. Like, even if I did leave the tortillas near the toaster, toaster oven, the onus is still on Xena for not checking. Guys, did you know that I actually love waging chemical warfare on my parents? LOL, I'm so quirky. Oh no, wait, this image can't be gone. Open image in new tab. Okay, cool. I hate my family. My designated dinner time is at 7. I cannot believe that the designated dinner time so consistently gets violated, and they don't see any problem with it. Like, if you're going to be that person who's like, every single, like, picosecond of my day has to be accounted for, and so that means that everybody else's time in the household everyone else's time in the household has to be accounted for in order to accommodate my, bed blob nature where I never leave the house because I need everything to be, completely scheduled out. But then you don't respect the other people's time ever? Literally ever? Hold on. Let's scroll up just for a second. All right. Let's scroll up just for a second. When was When was it when they argued about the food? Okay, here it is. October 13th. Not even, almost, but not even a month later. I hate my family. My designated dinner time is at 7. Guess who wasn't allowed to make an actual meal at 7 because half the time you don't make food at 7. Yes, also, the point of a designated dinner time is to ensure that you eat. It's not that you can only eat at 7. She needs a mold detection kit. The amount of health problems in this health and insanity, there has to be black mold. You know what? That's actually not outside the realm of possibilities. Because I assume, and this might be mean, but I'm going to assume that Zena and Poppy do not have high standards of personal hygiene or of cleanliness. Especially once their like live-in maid runs away. So, anyways, guess who wasn't allowed to make an actual meal at 7 because half the time you don't make food at 7? Yeah, no, sorry, I keep on reading chat. I want to get through this thing, but like I'm so glad that you guys are thinking the exact same things that I'm thinking. Why are they hogging the kitchen all the time? I lived with a family of 5 and the kitchen was almost always free. Yeah, I come from a family of 5. 3 brothers, 2 parents. Guess who never had a problem, literally ever, trying to eat food? 3 boys in their teenage years, constantly eating, just ravenous black holes. And none of us had a problem trying to find food? That's right, Malcolm. Hey, hold on. Someone ban this Malcolm guy. I'm not stealing anyone's content. Don't look at his channel, okay? Don't look at this guy's channel. I would never steal content. 1 second. Let me just make sure all of my show notes. 1 second. Hold on. Oh shit, 1 second. Okay, we're good. Give us the air horn. Hey, now that I have my stream deck working again, I could probably get some soundboard things. I just feel like, I could try it out. I just don't know how to set up any soundboard things. By the way, you guys should go and subscribe to Malcolm's YouTube channel. Malcolm is cool. We've had debates in the past, but and we disagree on some stuff, but they're always super chill about it. He's super cool. Everyone should go follow Malcolm. Also, very funny. Hey, I don't think I would use an air horn, but I do want a soundboard button for the, like, what is it, Don DeMarco? Yeah, the Don DeMarco sound. Don DeMarco. Yeah, I just want that Don DeMarco thing. Okay. The reptilian shapeshifter stealing Malcolm's bit? Yep, 100%. And there's nothing that Malcolm can do about it. Okay? All right. Wasn't I allowed to make an actual meal? At this point, they're just making shit up. Well, you see, Zena was hungry. All right. All important, all knowing. Can't do anything wrong, Zena. Don't you remember Zena is more important than literally anyone else? Well, she's just so small. She's so anemic. She's so... Oh, wait, hold on. That's actually... Sorry, that's Spawn that's small, anemic, and underweight. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Zena's actually a fat bed blob, Jabba the Hutt, concentration camp, like, guard with a truncheon slamming on fucking Spawn's fingers every time she steps out of line. Okay? Jesus. Wait till Malcolm starts to limit my bathroom time. Please, Malcolm, no, I have to pee so bad. I have to pee so bad. Please do not. Question, why the f do you have a dinner time, but Zena can go as they please? See this. Do you also have a designated nap time? Do they still think that you're like 5? Because what the f I did. I had to go to bed at 12:30 until like... No way. No way. There's no way. There's no way. There's absolutely no goddamn way in hell that they had a 22-year-old adult with an enforced nap time at noon 30. Okay. I think that's that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It's utterly depressing. It is absolutely like an overstep of control over a human being. But yet the fact that they thought Zena and Poppy were like, they were sitting in their little like coombe dungeon, right? And they're like, what other rules shall we impart upon the child today? Well, I do notice that they are awake during the day, and that quite perturbs me. Mayhaps we enforce a nap time. Yes. Excellent idea. We'll pass this on to the board. Like, what the dude? That's the craziest shit. Nap time. 22 years old. I still pay rent. You know, the medical team said something like, people with POTS might need to rest in the middle of the day or lie down. And they came up with this enforced nap time. Bro, now, I have not seen... Oh, wait, hold on. Did I click off of it? Okay. Because I'm going to, power through this one later. And this is them, shitting on their own child. Because they're insane, okay? But they shit on their child the entire video. It's just a hit piece on their own child. I can't stress that enough. But I wonder if there's any explanation for any of this stuff, or if they just shit on the kid left and right. Also, why do they need this disclaimer at the beginning for this video? Okay. I still pay rent. Huh? They still make you pay rent on top of all of this? It sounds like a Airbnb, not a place you live at this rate. True. I also have to buy a majority of my own food. And because I don't have a job, I'm expected to do chores literally whenever they want. Hey, guess who else doesn't have a job? Guess who else doesn't have a job, Poppy? Whatever, I guess because my parents would be making me pay rent if I didn't already contribute to the household income, but at least my parents don't randomly decide I won't be allowed to eat for the rest of the night because someone else wants to eat and they're suddenly more important than me. Granted, we all split all food payment equally, but they usually won't go shopping for my food because, again, they're more important than me. I seriously think there's a fair amount of prisons I would prefer to live in before this place. Oh, let me be absolutely clear. There's I cannot. I mean, outside of a place like Gitmo. Outside of a place like Gitmo, I'm pretty sure I would choose prison. 10 times out of 10 over living with people like this. Because at least then, there is no there's no logical reason that I could run in my head these rules that they're imposing on me are kind of crazy, right? I do this, and this, and because of those reasons, I shouldn't have these kinds of crazy restrictions. At least if I was in prison, I would be like, oh yeah, well, I'm behind this side of the iron bars, and they're on that side of the iron bars. They have guns and billy clubs, and they get to make the rules because of that, right? At least then it would be I could logic it out of my brain. I could justify why I was being treated that way, right? Yeah, literally any low security prison in the USA would grant you more freedom than this. Unironically. To be fair, you're white enough to not get raped in Gitmo. True. There is that. All right. But listen, I have a pretty face. Interesting. I have suggestions, but all of them will make things worse. They're funny, but worse. Ideas like unleash the termites. Again, I both have and would do petty shit to roommates who were being unreasonable. right? But like, I don't know. I think that like after one or two petty things done back and forth, for the most part, barring that first roommate that I told you guys about yesterday with the jelly, the pettiness stops after like I do something petty, they do something petty, we confront each other about it, we both say it was, we agree not to do the stupid petty stuff anymore, right? Yeah, at least in prison you have human rights. That's brutal. Jesus. Okay. Anyways, this ain't just a roommate relationship too. Yeah, also, like, I talked about it yesterday, but like, especially with like the Poppy saying I love you to all the Discord kittens, but like they haven't said I love you to the child since they were like 14 years old. Hey, thank you for the tip, my friend. For the moving costs? Hey, I really appreciate that. Yes, by the way, guys, there is a donation link in the description. If you guys want to help me out, I'm saving up right now. I'm spending very little money on myself for moving costs that are going to come up at the end of the summer. So moving across the country, going to be on East Coast time. All right. But yeah, honestly, thank you very much. It really helps me out a lot, like every little bit. All right. This isn't your roommate during COVID making too much noise when you're on your Zoom class. This is a parent restricting bathroom use. Yeah, I know. It's like, honestly, the most deplorable shit that I've ever read in my life. I was genuinely disturbed after some of the shit that we read yesterday. All right, let's see here. I do like the idea of just like getting a termite farm, right? And then like having that in your room and telling your parents that, like telling Zena and Poppy that they're ants, right? You have an ant farm, which is going to start a fight, but like they're God's creatures, so they can't be killed, right? So you have this termite farm, and then right before you leave, you smash that shit and then put them all along the baseboards of your room and just let them go to town, bro. You just let them go to town, bro. They're hungry. Yeah, you gotta starve them for like 5 days beforehand too, so that the second they smell that wood, they just start and just destroy. Is Spawn on the lease? I have no idea. And they wonder why I avoid talking to them. Me unleashing termites. Oh wait, you know what? They said that they had been living at this place for like several years. So if they had moved there before Spawn had finished college, it wouldn't surprise me if it was just Poppy's name on the lease, and then they decided to bring Zena into the picture, and then it just went downhill from there, you know? Yeah, raise an army of silverfish, dude. Me unleashing termites into your mom and Zena every time they do stupid shit. So that was 11/7. 4 days later, the Geiger counter. My mom threatened to freeze my bank account. Haha. Why? Because I bought a Geiger counter and those are expensive. Every time I'm like, I'm sure my parents won't try to steal my money. And then she says something like that. Oh, I want to know why the kid bought a Geiger counter. I know it's probably not relevant to the story whatsoever, but I am so curious. What was like, yeah, the financial shit is like ultra sketchy, and I want to see like how that plays out like closer to the bottom, because I know that Spawn supposedly like withdrew the funds or transferred the funds to an account that Poppy didn't have access to. But yeah. Oh yeah, also listen to Tron. Watch my videos, all right? It helps the algorithm and generates like 2 cents per view or some shit like that. I don't know. That's probably way overselling how much you get per view, but you know what I mean. So that was, okay, 5 days later. You know what would be like? Yeah, Zina and Poppy glow in the dark. Again, I think that it's, once again, I genuinely think that there are such like radioactive levels of autism and mental illness coming off of Zena at all points during the day that Spawn just thought, you know, I gotta make sure I'm not getting leukemia from this. This is like unbelievable. I'm pretty sure a trust isn't counted towards the Social Security insurance limit, so I guess they were hiding shit there. Oh, I wonder if they were hiding shit there. Oh man. You know, it would be like really, like for anyone else that's going to cover this after me, right? And you guys show up in their chat, tell them to get like a calendar, a 2022 calendar. And then for every date stamp, put an X on that day, right? Because I want to see how many days out of the year there was a fight in this house. I just can't believe it. All right. My mom has a habit of, if I don't close the bathroom door, she will just walk in to grab stuff while I'm like brushing my teeth or whatever. There's not enough space for that, and I'm always visibly uncomfortable because she's directly behind me and in my space. And just now I asked her not to do that, and she basically went, if the door's open, I can come in whenever I want. I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable. I was about to say, like, maybe this is a little bit unreasonable on Spawn's part, but given everything else, like, if this was like my girlfriend did this, right, and I was brushing my teeth, and she like walks behind me, I'd be like, walk into the bathroom while I'm in here. That's weird as f. But like, also I'm just brushing my teeth. I can get over it pretty quick. But like, if it was someone that I hated, that was constantly treating me like shit, and I'm brushing my teeth and they decide to stand right behind me, like brushing up against my ass with their crotch. Yeah, I think I would immediately just start like spitting and foaming at the mouth with the Colgate coming out. Like, I feel like I would be pretty pissed, like but it requires the totality of all of the other shit, you know. And they don't let her go into the bathroom all the time, so why the do you get to come in here while I'm brushing my teeth? Leave! I got some molars to clean. All you have to do is like ask. Oh yeah, also if they just like said something, I probably wouldn't care, you know. Mom walks in while I'm taking a dookie, bro. No one's ever, if I'm taking a shower, if I'm taking a shit, if I'm pissing, if I'm doing anything in the bathroom, that is off limits, all right? Nobody, that's my time, okay? That's Sondsol's time, all right? Nobody's coming into the bathroom while I'm shitting, all right? Spawn needs a lawyer and go for financial abuse. For everything she paid, there needs to be an equal pay on Poppy's end. Well, here's like the actual question. Like, how much of it is actually enforceable, right? Like, how much of it was done through, like, legal means, and how much of it was just, like, emotional abuse that, like, led to, you know, total financial domination. Wait, that's legit why why they said she couldn't use the microwave? For which purpose? Okay. Not really anything bad, but just in case sometimes... Wait, hold on. I don't want to make you uncomfortable... Or I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable. All you have to do is like ask. It's not that hard. Not really anything bad, but just in case sometimes she even like touches my back when she comes in to like, I don't know, signal that she's there or to make more room for herself, which makes it so much worse for me. This is extra funny because, sarcasm. This is extra funny because Zena yells at me when I'm within like 2 feet of them because I'm invading their personal space. But my mom is allowed to get within 4 inches of me and I just have to suck it up and deal. Oh, you're right. It is the same as the bathroom, the microwave, yeah. I'm allowed to use the kitchen whenever I want, but if you use the kitchen while I am in there, it's all over. Every time I see Zena, all I can think about is the movie The Whale. Don't know what the movie The Whale is. Sorry, buddy. Like, she's not... they. Again, hey guys, I f*** up sometimes because I don't know these people that well. I know that they use they, them pronouns. I'll f*** up. We respect pronouns here. Whatever. Not trying to be rude in that respect because there's so much about their actual personality that is there to criticize, okay? There's just so much actual shit. So much actual shit to criticize them for. Man, I wish there was an explanation why they were doing the Geiger counter. Okay. The Whale movie. Bro. That's dog. That's brutal, bro. Hey, you got it. Oh, come on. Wait, actually, what does Poppy or Zena even look like nowadays? Okay, well, you know what? I thought she was a little thinner. All right? I'll have to give you one. I thought she was a little thinner. But, like, let's be real. The fat jokes are the bottom rung here. The fat jokes are the bottom rung. And I have to give it to you. Fair. But also, You really need to watch their stream about Spawn. I'm trying to... Okay, this is what I'm going to do, all right? You guys continue to chat in chat, all right? Let's see here. 13 people, 17 people watching, only 6 likes. Let's bump that up, okay? Let's bump that up. Discrepancies between viewers and likes is not something I like to see. Let's get up to 10 likes at least. Get this up to 10 likes, all right? It makes it to where more people see the stream. Makes it to where there's more people for you guys to chat with in the chat. All right, helps me out. I like the big thing about my stream is there's going to be a lot of chat engagement unless there's pressing things like this, okay? Yes, 1 like equals 1 burned tortilla bag tossed into Zena and Poppy's window. Not actually. That was a joke. There are no threats on this channel. Only promises. Okay, but I'm going to ignore chat for like 10 minutes, all right? I'm going to read as much as I can, okay? Because I'm getting stun locked. Like when one in the household is starving and the mooching slug looks that well fed, you might lose a comment or 2 on it. Yeah. Okay, now I'm not paying attention to chat anymore. Mooching slug looks that well fed. You guys are more brutal than I am, okay? You guys are despicable, okay? FYI, and things to do for Spawn. We need to schedule with MRS. What is that? Call them now. Well, you need to find a job and get up at 10 a.m. each day. Discord needs to be closed from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Focus on finding a job. Poppy and Zina are planning to move to blank within the next year. You must be independent by then. Failure to abide by these will result in throttled internet, paying for your own phone. 6. I am sick. I need help around the house. Oh, you always need help around the house. Why do you even need to add the qualifier that you're sick? You have to do chores. I'm going to assign certain ones that are house specific, such as kitchen cleaning and bathroom cleaning. We can sit down and talk about these more in detail, but we need movement on this stuff before May. Bestie, I can't find a job if I don't have internet. I just asked them to hold off on it until Monday at least so we can talk about it. Wait, did they say? Okay, well, they're not threatening immediately to cut it off, but they're literally expecting me to just solely job hunting for 8 entire hours. I mean, job hunting sucks, and this person has a degree, so like, I don't know what their degree is in. I thought someone said it was like computer science or something, so they're like, they have a degree. I don't know what the job market is like for whatever degree they do have. But I do know, like, post, you know, after you graduate, like, the job hunting can be brutal. Exactly. They constantly hold it against me that I'm not doing chores, but they also never ask me to do them. Like, if you just ask me, then I would be doing them. Also, I literally haven't been able to go grocery shopping in, like, an entire month because they won't let me buy any fridge food. What do you mean they won't let you buy any fridge or freezer food? I would love to know if Spawn pays into the internet. What does that mean? They won't let me buy any fridge food or freezer food. Dry goods only for Spawn? Honestly, the chores part isn't what bothers me. It's the fact that they're going to take away my ability to talk to my friends. You know, my one lifeline in all this mess. Literally the only thing keeping me sane. I'm not even joking. If I'm cut off from my friends, I will actually, I think. Like, they've tried cutting me off from my friends like 3 times in the past, and every time it caused me to spiral downward. So now they're even going to be isolating me. Also, the hypocrisy of my mom is going to make me pay for my phone bill as a punishment, but she also doesn't want me spending my trust fund on bills. So that's so awful. What the like, yeah, okay, having a job is good, but this is not the way to do it. Also, by the way, we're moving to blank, so you're going to have to get the out within the next year. They're acting like you're 50 years old in their basement or something, but even then there isn't anything inherently wrong with that. I mean, you should probably get a job if you're 50 years old in a basement, but this person's 22 years old. Like, I'm trying to think. The first time I moved out from my parents, I was 18. I moved to another city to go to college. That didn't work out. the roommate situation was so untenable that I decided to transfer schools back to my home city and save money and go to school and live with my parents. But then I moved out again a year later. No, I guess I moved out mostly before I was 22. But then it was like, yeah, okay. At least I have my own bank account now. Just got off the phone with my credit union, and the person I was talking to kept trying to make sure I was safe and stuff, because I'm not going to lie about why I need the new account. It's not like I haven't been trying to find an... Oh, shit. They told them straight up, the credit union person, like, oh, the person at the credit union is going to call in a wellness check, dude. Oh, no. Just got off the phone with my credit union. Oh, yeah. It's not like I haven't been trying to find a job either. I've been looking. No one's hiring. Okay, so that was the 30th. That was a Thursday. I've been looking, no one's hiring. And the people that are hiring require experience in like 5 languages that I've never even heard of. I feel like a lot of people moved home during COVID. Yeah. I definitely did too. Can you give me until Monday before these are put in place at least? I need to figure things out, time to fix sleep schedule, and allow time for us to discuss this because I don't agree with all of it. Yes, starting Monday is fine. To be clear, though, this isn't about agreeing with it. It is my rules for the house that you pay only 50% of the bills for. You pay 50% of the rent. I'm going to negotiate. Like, here's the thing. Like, if it would be slightly more reasonable if the kid was only like helping out with bills, but this kid is literally paying half of the rent. I'm willing to negotiate some. And like at some point, yes, you do have to be a parent and you have to like set limitations. But this shit's so egregious. Our lease is up in May. We need things figured out one way or another then. We can talk more this weekend. I have work tonight. Oh shit, their lease was up in May. But like, spoiler alert, in March of the next year, they choose content creation over therapy. The therapy office that they worked for said, hey, we've been getting all these screen caps and, emails about your behavior on the internet, and we see this YouTube channel, and if you're going to continue to work with us, you're going to have to stop work on this YouTube channel. This is kicking her out, in other words. No. They don't. They're having so much control over this person to the point where they're actively sabotaging any real forward movement that the kid has towards moving out. That's what I've gotten so far. And then they'll say stuff like this, right? Like, oh, well, we need to like have everything set up because you're going to have to be out of here because we're moving blank. Like, Do you think Poppy and Zena will become homeless? I mean, like at this rate, like if they're unable to, well, Zena has every possibility in the world to get a job. It's not like she was fired for content creation, right? Poppy has a master's degree, could probably get a job. I don't know how much the therapy world speaks to each other. Like, she could open up her own private practice, I assume. But if they're going to, like, really stick to the content creation after all of this, then, yeah, I would guess, like, within the next year, they're, like, streaming from the back of the van, She still does virtual practice? Oh, so she has like a private practice, but like through like Zoom. If she applies to my company or team, it's an automatic no for me. Well, see, it's not even like that's a hateful thing to say. It's like such an unbelievably like wise business move. Even if you look at her credentials and all the credentials are there, given everything else about them, everything else. Oh, BetterHelp? Oh, don't they like massively underpay the people working for them? If Poppy can spend lots of money on furry art, she can pay full rent. True. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so 2 days later, stress. Stress is getting to me. My hairs are falling out again. Girl, help, I am now going to have a panic attack every time my internet goes down. They're like giving their child stress-related alopecia. Sage works. Oh, I don't even really know anything about the Sage person today. Zena just yelled at me for getting cereal because it was 11 o'clock. No one else was in the kitchen or had even left the bedroom till I was already back to my door, which is when the conversation happened. You were supposed to be up at 11 a.m. I'm sorry you felt yelled at, but please be up on time. How do you... I'm sorry you felt yelled at? You either are yelled at or you're not yelled at. I mean... We'll talk more when I am done with work. 6 days later. Zena got pissed at me for not coming out of my room at exactly at 8. I came out at 8:05, despite the fact that typically they will summon me when they need me for chores. But suddenly being 5 minutes late is the worst crime imaginable. Kill, bite, maim. Also, the fact that it's never a problem if they're even hours late to doing a chore they said that they are going to do, but if I'm 5 minutes late for mine, suddenly it's horrible. Also, I woke up at 11 instead of 10, and up until this week, I've always woken up at 11 and there's never been a problem. And guess who wasn't allowed to get breakfast because of that? I cannot imagine having to ask permission to get sliced cheese, jelly, and pizza rolls. Getting permission to get sliced cheese, jelly, and pizza rolls. Hopefully these are not all the same meal. But still, permission? Dog? No, the rules are not changing. Fridge cleaning needs to be completed first. If you have any further issues, Poppy finishes work in an hour. The pharmacy closes at 8, and I also need to grab prescriptions. I won't be able to eat at 7 because I'll have to go right at 7 if I have to wait another hour. Love when your parents care more about rules than their kid eating. Parent derogatory. Thing Zena just said to me. I'm starting to feel like your parent and not your housemate. You are dating my mom? That makes you my parent by default? You should feel like a parent? That is your job? For clarification, this is because she's mad that she keeps having to clean up after me because I left one small cardboard box on the kitchen counter. Copy of conversation with Spot. Oh my god. Zena going to Poppy to tattle on Spawn is the she is. Stupid move. Oh my god, I cannot believe these people are real, dude. I cannot believe these are real. These people are real life human beings that inhabit the same earth and reality as you and I. They consume the same kinds of foods and require the same kinds of nutrients that we require in order to survive. They breathe the same air and they inhabit the same society. And yet, I cannot imagine what it takes for a person to become like this. What species are these quote unquote people that they act like this, dude? I don't know. It's just okay. Zena, copy of conversation with Spawn. Asked Spawn to take care of their food packaging that they left in the kitchen. They did so. I explained that they need to start picking up after themselves because I have to move their packaging multiple times over the past week. I said I was starting to feel like a parent picking up after a kid and not a housemate. I asked them to work on the skill. They responded with yes. Though they paraphrased their words slightly. I wonder why. Thanks, Zena. Bites. Love when parents tell you you'll have chores tonight, but they don't tell you what they are or when they are, and now it's 9:30 and you haven't been able to hang out with your friends because you're still waiting for these mysterious chores. By the way, I did ask at 9:30. Zena said I'd have to wait till they could write down a list for me. It is now 10 p.m. Still no list. Didn't they say that Spawn has to wake up by 10 every morning? And now it's 10 p.m. and they're going to give a full list of chores for the child to do. Parent derogatory. Wait, Zena straight up admits not wanting to feel like a parent instead of a housemate. They talked about being your parent. Yeah. This was at the end of last year. They regularly said they didn't want to be my parent, but they literally controlled my entire life like one. So that's what's kind of blowing my mind. They exerted strict control over you on an absolutely absurd level, but they didn't consider themselves to be your parent? Apparently. Okay, yeah, that is crazy. They didn't even apply to them the label that would give them at least some authority over the other person. They're just a bad person. They're like, that is so telling. What did Zena have to say about this less than a month ago? Finally trying to make the house feel like ours, set it up to meet our needs, feel safe again. Man, I wish this actually had to feel, I'm sorry. When people act like this, like, oh, everything's dangerous, everything is bad, oh, like everything about my life is so hard, I wish that they actually had to feel some hardship in their life. You stay at home and you eat gushers all day, you stupid. What the do you mean you didn't feel safe? I wish for once in your life you were put in a situation where you didn't feel safe so that you had an actual frame of reference for what safety feels like. What the is wrong with these people, dude? Don't get it twisted. What Poppy's adult kid and my kid... am I having a stroke or am I dyslexic and I'm just finding out about that? Because I feel like Zena is saying, and my kid too. But in the screen caps here, I was starting to feel like a parent picking up after a kid and not a housemate. I feel like I might be having like some sort of like ischemic stroke. What Poppy's adult kid and my kid too did to us was emotional abuse. Sorry, Tron, I almost said it. So many of my keepsakes were broken over the years. I miss my mom, my ass. They weren't a weepy child. They've never said that shit in their life until the last month or two. Even when they did miss Poppy's company, they never talked like that. Why would they say that to you guys when you're constantly yelling at them? If you're like upset because like Discord logs leaked, these logs go back to how far down are we? We 12:12. These logs go back to how early? As early as March 20th of 23. We have not nearly daily, but like multiple times per week, details of how they feel about what was going on in that house. Multiple times, them saying, I wish my mom loved me like they loved the dog at least. I wish that my parents had the same amount of love for me as they do for the dog. And now, like, suddenly this is just like being, made up so that they could with you? Go to Home Depot. Go to the section. Get a length of at least as tall as you are. All they ever had to do was ask for time and then show up for that agreed upon time. Needless to say, they sucked at both of those steps. This is something that we tried to work with them on for years with a variety of different approaches, therapy, and skills. No matter what we did, it wasn't enough. This issue has been going on for years and is part of the foundation of their later poor behavior. By the way, Poppy has worked from home for many years now. When I say show up, I mean go to their bedroom, to the couch in the living room. That's it. There's nothing in any of the logs that suggests that Spawn could have asked for time with their parents. Also, yeah, Zena would yell at them if they were in the living room. And asking for time could be verbal or over text if it was during the workday. This is it. That's all. Again, I'm talking about an adult. Oh, Okay, now we're moving from the funny stuff to the stuff that's going to make me like violent again. Oh my God. I cannot fathom. 1/10/2024. I miss when my mom was nice to me. Cool. Why are some of these like things that I have to open up in a separate tab? Oh, I closed the wrong one. Oh. Wait. Okay. You don't own the me. You don't own the right to my time. I do actually. You're my child and you're in my house. 10 minutes later. It's up that up that you said that. It really hurts me how much you try to make me out to be abusive. Uh-oh. We got a stream bomber. Everyone say hi to Waffles. Everyone say hi to Waffles. She's been unnecessarily needy all day long. Yes, I get it. Here, go onto my back. Onto the back of the chair. Onto the back of the chair. You can chill on the back of the chair, but not on my shoulder, because I'm going to lean forward, and you're not going to like that. There you go. All right, so 12:15, how dare you call me abusive? 12:15, guardianship custody. Yeah, and Zena legitimately told me that if I haven't moved out by May, I have 3 options. Being homeless, option I don't remember that's also bad, and then filing for guardianship custody of me. Is that like the shit that they did to Britney Spears where they had like the conservatorship of her? Where like you literally are a ward of your parents. You aren't able to like sign yes? Hey, I told you guys. They sabotage every attempt at or any forward progress at becoming an adult, okay? Absolutely. Unambiguously. Completely up their entire life and then put them in a position so that you couldn't literally control. They wanted that trust fund so bad. Does anybody know how much was in the trust fund at all? Has that ever been disclosed? I am so curious. I am so curious. These people are evil. This is not human behavior. These people, dude. All right. Zena stops Poppy from being nice. 15 to 20K left, I assume. The financial shit is so sketch. It is. I like, honestly, Spawn could, if Spawn wanted to, and if the sketchiness is actually sketchy, if Spawn just like posted, you know, some like transactions or like things that Poppy like tried to do to get the money, I'd be interested. 12:24. Zena stops Poppy from being nice. Zena imposing arbitrary rules for no reason other than to screw me over. After Zena was done in the bathroom, Mom was going to let me go real quick, and Zena got mad. Because it's Poppy's turn, though. And kept fighting my mom on it and putting words in my mouth because clearly their interpretation of the situation is the correct one, despite being told the direct opposite. Like, Poppy already agreed to letting me do this. This literally only affects her. Why are you fighting us on it? Wait, so Zena bullies Poppy into going to the bathroom? Guys, I might be wrong. I've been saying that there were like Andrew Tate like dynamics with Poppy being Andrew Tate and Zena being the top. I actually think that Zena controls Poppy too. Holy. So of course my mom caves now, and it's been over 15 minutes since Zena finished. I still need to go so bad because she takes forever in the bathroom. Let the girl piss! Let the girl piss! Dude, I like straight up, I would piss myself on the couch. And then I would act too to clean it up myself. I would weaponize so much. I would do so much weaponized incompetence. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to piss the couch. Oh no. I really had to pee. Bro, it's so crazy. So that was 2022. Now we're in 2023. Zena is so frustrating. Zena over text. Be done with whatever you're doing by 5:20 so you can start chores. Me gets home at 5:16. You're late. You need to be on time for things. I'm sick of having to yell at you for this, but you told me 5:20. It's 5:16. You can't go but this. You made an agreement to be home by 5 verbally when I asked you right before you left. Okay. It's totally reasonable to expect me home in less than an hour when you know it takes 10 to 20 minutes to get there and 10 to 20 minutes to get back, and I have to deal with customs at the post office and deal with the pharmacy and buy food. Also, jumping me with verbal agreements when I am hard of hearing. Who cares? You had a written agreement. Any verbal agreement. You had something in text. I would just lie. You didn't say that to me. Gaslight, girl boss, gatekeep. Let's go. You know, I usually feel bad. Like, even if someone's like done something really bad, I usually feel like at least some iota of, you know, like there's like a human part of me that feels bad for whoever's getting like dogpiled over anything, right? Even if they're like a really bad person, just depending on how long the hate campaign goes on or whatever. There is literally no amount of hate campaign that could happen to Zena and Poppy that I think that I would ever like feel bad for them at all. Like they could literally be destitute, homeless, and like begging for, you know, like enough money to buy a bag of Doritos to maintain Zena's figure. Okay, like gotta keep on the pounds for the feeder fetish. I can't imagine. Oh my God. Me literally doing chores from noon till literally right now. 109. Okay. So 5:23. Okay, now that you're done with that list of chores, here's the next list. You're not allowed to use your computer till this is done. It's also your fault you were working that long. You can't be mad at us about having to do more work. The list. Do 1-9. They want to be a college professor so bad, dude. No computer, Discord, other projects until tasks are done. No exceptions for breaks, eating. What is that? No exceptions for breaks/eating. Breaks/eating must be done in a timely fashion. Got it. Move items out of way and put them back in the original location as you do task. Vacuum the front door area. Front door inside rug and underneath the rug. Front door outside rug and underneath the rug. Boot tray. Organize all boots, shoes, and neat. Oh, this is ridiculous. Hallways. Bathroom floor and rugs. Use hose to clean under cupboards. Oh, the vacuum hose. I was like, what the f are you using the hose in the house for, dude? Okay. Sweep kitchen floor except underneath table. Anti-fatigue. What the f is an anti-fatigue mat surface? Sweep under the island. Wipe clean with vinegar. Who was it yesterday in chat that said that their house smells like vinegar? That makes sense. That's why it smells like vinegar, because they clean with vinegar instead of like a normal person cleaning with other like cleaning products that don't smell like vinegar. Oh my God. I mean, sometimes, yeah, there are some situations that you use vinegar, right? Like if you have like calcium buildup on something, but like if you're cleaning the entire house with vinegar, your house is going to smell like vinegar. When there's things like Lysol wipes. Okay. Get out 2+ rag towels. Assign towels grabbed to be wiping towels and towels to be clean dry towels. Isn't it used to unclog drains? I have no idea about that one. A squishy mat to make standing in one place not so bad. Oh, you mean like if you're like a cashier someplace? I feel like they had those when I worked at Old Navy when I was a kid. I say a kid, I was a teenager. I was 16 when I worked at Old Navy. It's like a squishy mat that they make it because they refuse to give you a stool. Okay. Why do you need that in your house? Why do you need an wait, I'm sorry. Why do you need a anti-fatigue mat in your house? God, the hypochondria of this household, it's like that's what makes me anxious on this. All right, the child neglect and like lack of care for their own like flesh and blood. Well, I guess not technically flesh and blood, but you know what I mean. Like that makes me like violently angry. But like the hypochondria is like that gives me anxiety. If I felt like I was going to get sick off of every single thing, bro, like that's no life, dude. That's no life, dude. At our age, teenagers are kids. I mean, yeah. Like this level of micromanaging is crazy. Spray kitchen anti-fatigue mats. Okay, got it. Wipe clean and then dry with vinegar any areas of the floor that have spots or are sticky. Wipe clean and then dry inside. So they don't even like use like Swiffer wet mops or some like a spray mop or some shit like that. They're going whole hog into the vinegar. How many gallons of vinegar do these go through per year? Holy shit. There are other cleaning products, dude. If tasks are not, I'm not going to read all of these, okay? If tasks are not done, then Spawn will wake up early the next day to complete these items and still have all of the next day's chores to do. Bro! No, this is a household chore and not the time for Spawn to do their room. They must take care of their room on their own time. Oh, 1 second, guys. Gotta answer call. Oh, 1 second. I'm being treated to lunch. Well, I guess it's closer to dinner time, but whatever. Let's see. Let's look at this menu, guys. Let me make sure that this isn't a local place that's going to dox me, and if so, you guys can choose my meal for me. Oh no, it's like a health food place. Oh no. I don't think they even have anything fried. Okay, 1 second. Let's look at this menu for like 2 seconds, and then we'll finish off. We're almost at the end. Kava... menu. Our menu. Bowls. Oh no. My girlfriend's gonna make me eat healthy. Ah. Oh man. Oh man, like in the it's not like there's like a lot of options here either. Falafel and crazy feta. That's a brand name, crazy feta. Tahini Caesar. Oh y'all, the kids meal looks fine. Oh no, oh wait, spicy lamb meatball. Okay, I'm gonna go with the spicy lamb meatball. Okay, there we go. All right, back to the all right, back to hell. Misk. Oh, we forgot something on our printed out list of shit. So we have to add Misk at the bottom of page 1. Also, like every time they give me a list of chores, they add extra steps that weren't there last time and are confused about why it's taking me longer. It shouldn't take our kid as long to do chores. Yes, we are adding more bullshit every single time, but we don't get it. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Also, this time they said my complaints were kid excuses, so now they're just blatantly infantilizing me instead of being subtle about it. Not even saying I won't do it. I'm just saying I'm not doing it tonight. I literally said I wanted to do it tomorrow. And they're like, I'm not comfortable with that. See, I chose the meatball wrap sandwich, and now my girlfriend's judging me because she's vegetarian, not for, you know, not because like ethical reasons, really, because of guilt. All right, she feels guilty when she eats meat because she imagines the little chickens and she imagines the happy little cows. And because I'm eating lamb, she's imagining, you know, a little pastoral scene with little wasn't there a movie about sheeps? No, I'm thinking of the movie about the pig, Babe. And there were sheep in that one. Spawn, press J to open your journal and check your side quests. Yeah. All right. So parents talked it over. These are the 2 fairest options they said. 1, do the entire list tonight. Option 2, I don't do the entire list tonight and my internet gets shut off. I watched a lamb be slaughtered and bleed out when I was like 9. Bro, that's metal as... Hey, cat, can you, like, pick a spot and stick there? Thank you. Here, I'll even pet you. I'll even pet you in my lap. But you got to stay in one spot. Oh, no? No? You've decided that it is not? Oh, yeah. Sniff the light. Sniff the light. All right. No longer say hi to Waffles. Now everyone shame Waffles. Everyone shamer. Everyone shamer. Look at that lighting on her. Looks evil. All right. I'm going to like scoot up as close as possible so she doesn't climb in my lap anymore. All right. The kicker about option 2 is the way they wrote it is that if I miss even one check on that list, it still counts as the second option. They talk about how I'm forgetful, but guess which one of us left the stove on for several hours? Who's the danger now, Zena? And guess who used someone else's toothbrush? I would kill myself if I used someone else's toothbrush. That's gross as f. Think we need to schedule discussion of Spawn's resume, discussion of plans going forward, discussion about DID diagnosis. Oh, God. How does Zena brush when she has like 99% gums? Wait, is she really? I don't pay attention to people's mouths like that. Does she have like baby teeth or something? Maybe that's why she keeps her mouth closed with her underbite all the time. God, these people are so hard to look at. Sorry. Lots of gum. Oh, man, that's the worst, dude. That's the worst. Okay. DID diagnosis. Please tell me they didn't hypochondriac the kid into thinking they have DID. We do not need to do this now, but I think we need to talk about the DID testing. As far as I can find, I have gone through this tooth and nail, and I think the side D only gave you the diagnosis based on your report of 8 alters. Several of the criteria for DID aren't met, and none of the tests you took test for DID. They should have did the MID6 if they were trying to determine dissociative symptoms. This is not what you say. This is not to say you are not a system, but I don't buy this diagnosis. Hey guys, I don't follow people's socials like this. Have any of their tweets since all of this came out, you know, have they like castigated anybody for doubting Zena is actually, because it feels like a very Poppy and Zena move to morally grandstand about like ableism and shit. And now they're like questioning this. I mean, like, I question it too. I think they just outright ban people and don't address it. Somebody check the financials. Check the financials now. The lack of addressing it is sketchier than just like saying, yeah, I have a fake disorder. Cat, you're being so bad. Oh, hold on, guys. I'm putting the cat downstairs. I love her to death. She is a good cat, but she has been going sicko mode all goddamn day long. And now you're being annoying. And now you're going downstairs. Sorry. All right. When we sit down, I can go piece by piece through my reasoning. I want to repeat, this is not to invalidate you if you are a system, but I do not see DID. If I did, we would have to start talking about different options for independence. Oh my God. They found an avenue of control. They found an avenue of control. Abort, 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 abort. This is my mom telling me this. I thought it was your therapist. That last sentence is giving me so much anxiety based on previous interactions. I feel like her believing it based on previous interactions, I feel like her believing I have DID means I'm not allowed to live on my own anymore. My therapist has no idea what I'm talking about 90% of the time. LOL, she would not say this. All right, so we had this feels like it's the longest stretch. 1-9 to, oh no, that was a long stretch. It seems like things are kind of slowing down and we have like almost a month in between. It's just how they talk. My parents, we want you to focus all your attention on to getting a job later. Hey, can you quiet down because I'm taking a timed test? Suck it up and deal. It's for a job. We will try. Also, my parents, not even a second later, go back to screaming at each other. I can't focus on this stupid test with y'all screaming at each other. If I didn't finish it because they didn't shut up. Oh, and I still didn't finish it because they didn't shut up until after I'd run out of time. What a crazy dysfunctional house. I must be like an exceptionally lucky person. No. This is abnormal. But like when I hear other people talk about like the craziness of their house, like I just feel like the luckiest person in the world. Not gonna lie. Like, did my parents fight? Occasionally. Okay, hold on. Now I have to actually talk on the phone because sketchy walk from work to the car for my girlfriend. All right. Now we're done with interruptions. Now we can finish this out. There is very little left. Okay. Next day. Might lose my health insurance. I'm not muted, right? Okay, cool. Might lose my health insurance because my mom didn't give me my mail until a week after it was delivered. Zena, you can do your dishes either today or tomorrow. Up to you. I don't think I can do my dishes today. I'll do them tomorrow. No, you need to do them today. If you're going to make me do them today, why'd you give me the option in the first place? This is after spending 3 hours doing other chores. Bro, can you imagine getting, like... I don't know where the they live. Maybe they live in a mansion. Okay? We're pretty lucky. We have a pretty nice living situation. It's pretty big. There's 2 people living here, and that can be hard to maintain all the time. But we do it. And there's never a day where we're spending 3 hours on other chores. But it feels like there are multiple days per week where this poor stupid bastard is having to do hours and hours and hours of chores. Like, look at this list. This would be like the kind of list that I would like put together right before Thanksgiving dinner and we're hosting it, you know? And they have a 2-bedroom apartment. How hard is it to keep your house clean? These people are unwell. 3:30, handwrite your daily logs. Zena, your daily log is missing almost an entire week and then some. Tonight you need to work on filling that in to the best of your memory. This is like this kid is like so for the rest of their life, whether it's like emotional instability or, you know, whether they just like go off the deep end, or maybe they're like a major like paranoid person that thinks that everyone's out to get them all the time. And literally it's going to be Zena and Poppy's fault. Like your kids are set up for success or for failure based off of how you raise them. Make sure that you review your past instructions on what to include because they are still requirements. What you're working on with skills and ability. Also, this kid is like, what, 23 at this point? And Zena is how old? How old is Zena? 27 or 28? I wouldn't do this shit for my actual boss. I haven't been feeling well today. She was around 30. Yeah, I think she's like close to 30. The upper 20s at least. And this is someone that is like in the same peer group as the kid. You can and it was hard to work on stuff when my computer was broken. You can hand write it then. Still due tonight. The logs you're missing go much further back. I mean, they, yes. I didn't have stuff for the 21st to the 24th because my computer wasn't working and I couldn't do anything. Then 25th and 26th, I spent the whole day doing chores, and yesterday and today I was barely managing to stay awake the whole day. This is going to make me suicidal. Please Please be aware that this is not a negotiation and we're not accepting any excuses. You know enough at this point to communicate before you decide not to do something that is required of you. If you did not do anything towards independence on a particular day, then you write that. What? This has to earn her independence? It. If you have to work towards your independence, let's go 1776 on this then, okay? I don't even think that I don't even think you have to have a gun license to own a muzzle loader, okay? Get a flintlock and go 1776. Do a Boston Tea Party in the kitchen sink. Get all of their good boy treats that Poppy gets them so that they can continue being the concentration camp owner, all right? Throw them into the sink, turn on the hot water and leave it to overflow, set some shit on fire, go beast mode. Dude, I'm sorry. It is so unbelievable. If you did not do anything towards independence on a particular day, as if the independence has to be earned. Also, you have lots of books in your room from the library, so it is not true that you couldn't do anything. You also have the ability to leave the house and go to the library, and you still have your phone that you can use. At this point, you telling us that you couldn't do anything is the exact same thing as you making choices about what to do with your time. Zena, there is so much that you could be doing with your time. Like going to Home Depot, going into the section, buying a length of that is at least as tall as you are, and then going onto Google, and there are lots of different sources. I know that Zena has worked with the Boy Scouts of America. She almost certainly knows how to tie some knots. I will not be finishing that line of thought. Yeah, meanwhile, Poppy is flirting with Discord kittens, yeah. 4-6, no bath. Never mind, no bath for me. We need to do laundry and bathroom stuff tonight. We don't want to tie up the bathroom for long periods. Please just use ice. I can't use a heating pad for my entire legs. By the way, they didn't even do laundry today! 410, getting the internet back. They told me I'd get my internet back Monday morning if I got everything done. It's Monday morning and they still haven't given me back my internet. So they probably forgot again. Note the timestamps. Yells. I remind my mom about it and she says, you were asked to not bug us about this. Bruh, you said Monday morning I'd get it back and you still haven't given it back. They're going to drag it out again because they can. I need a house. 2 hours later. Wait, for your information, we will try to make time to sort out the chore issues tonight after work hours. However, we do have some meetings to go to tonight. Oh, is that on here? No. So who knows when I'm getting my internet back? Still no internet. It's 9:15 p.m. Remember how they said I'd get it back Monday morning? It's now almost Tuesday. I have no idea when they're coming home. Zena, update. Due to Spawn not keeping their end of the agreement of the weekend's consequence, they were supposed to complete 100% of the tasks assigned to them over the weekend. I'm about to have an aneurysm, a stress aneurysm. The internet will not be turned back on yet. If something is needed for job-related appointments, then Spawn must let us know at least a day in advance so we are able to decide how to handle that. Also, if Spawn goes over their phone plan data limit, they will be responsible for paying the charge on the bill. Because of the poor choices that Spawn has been making in regards to not completing chores, we will be discussing how to proceed, and we'll need some time to think this over. What did I even miss on the chore list? I double-checked it twice. So that was what day? 410. The next day... Girl, my mom is insane. People keep projecting onto me that I'm abusive. I wonder why. If this is a consistent pattern for you, maybe it is a sign that you are the problem. If she can say that with her whole chest and not recognize the irony, then there's no hope for her ever realizing that she treats me like dog shit. This aged well. 9 days later, internet restriction. 10 days after it was supposed to be restored. This is 15 days before Spawn fled the house. I have an appointment tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. with my job developer. So I will need internet for that as well. I also have a job interview at 9 a.m. on Monday. 1, the internet is just fine for you and your friends. 2, if you need If you need to, go to the library and use a meeting room. We can discuss details later? Weird, you didn't put anything on the calendar? I'll put it in now. All 3 events have been added. Clearly, you would like the internet and computer usage. We are willing to approve the usage for the job development and the interview. So what's your offer to us for having usage of it? The transactional nature of this shit is unbelievable. What's your offer to us for having usage of it? You lost internet privilege because of repeated bad behaviors. What would be acceptable as an offer? That's on you to figure out. Not turn the question back on us. I hope this fat slut chokes on all the nasty fried ass food that she's eating on a daily basis and her bed blob lifestyle. Holy shit. This is ridiculous. What the is wrong with this stupid, unbelievable, subhuman piece of shit? I'll give you $50, Zena. Can I go to a job interview then? Huh? Do you want me to leave the house, Zena? I'll give you 100. I don't know what you would want. Can you at least get this spawn person? Like, again, like I've said, there have been a couple of soy little like moments that we've seen, right? Things that I personally think are a little bit like hypochondriac level type shit. But also, like the fact that they are able to like maintain composure. I hate it when they do this. Like, can I offer to do my normal chores that they told me not to do? Also, why do I have to do shit to get a job, to go to a job interview? Begging them not to play mind games with me for once. What do I do if I'm not allowed to go to a job interview? Apparently this was a test and I failed it. I was so anxious I couldn't think of anything. Why are they like this? I'm never good enough for them, and that's so ingrained in my head that anytime they do these stupid little tests, I think nothing I could say would be good enough, and I psych myself out. What was the test? So this was the list that we read out yesterday. Conclusion. I've wanted to do everything you've been doing. I'm just not as stupid and ID driven or id driven as you. You don't. You just blackmailed your kid on stream. Yup, and I would do it again. Yeah, my Discord children never disobey me. My Discord children. We're gonna do it. We'll watch the video. I just need to take a breath because these people are. The fact that one of these people is 40 still blows my mind. 40 and 30. This is like Mean Girls shit. Okay, let me pause what I had going for background music and... All right, guys, gird your loins. We have to actually physically hear these people. We have to... And I'm not one to usually give content warnings, but these people are difficult to look at. Not usually in the business of giving content warnings, not usually in the business of just like straight up body shaming. I've been trying to stop making comments about people's appearances and, attack their points and, attack the things that they do. But these people are disgusting and mind, body, and soul. So if you need to, there are different kinds of anti-nausea medication. I'm going to try and not yarf on stream. I don't want to pull a Xander Hall, but this is going to be difficult.
I have a lawyer on retainer. If you do not take this...
Does this shit... I'm sorry. Does this actually open the video up with a legal threat to their child? Is that how this opens up?
This stuff down, I will start pursuing legal action, and you will never reconcile with me.
If you listen, I'm sorry. If you are a parent, if you're a parent and your child doesn't want to be in your life, it is on you. It is on you. Unless that kid like is a methamphetamine or heroin addict and they literally just like can't hold their life together and they disappear for months at a time, that's different. But if they're living, they're trying to live a normal life, but they don't want you anywhere near them, that is 100% on you. Outside of sociopathy, outside of severe brain damage, severe mental illness, or, some kind of addiction that makes them live on the streets, kids want their parents to be in their life. I know people who have had fucked up family relationships growing up. And they still have fucked up relationships with their parents, but they still want their parents to be in their life. If you were such a shit-ass, dumb, subhuman piece of shit to your child that they do not want anything to do with you ever again, to the point where they have to throw their luggage out of the window and then lie to you that they're running to the corner store in order to escape you, that is on you. You are the up. You are the epitome of what it means to be a failure as a parent. There is nothing that can change my mind on that. And there's no amount of people telling Zena and Poppy that exact same concept that will ever change their mind. I'm not a psychologist. I am not a therapist. I took a Psych 101 class when I was like my first year in college, okay? I don't know what the is wrong with these people. I don't know if it's like narcissistic personality disorder. They say they have BPD. They say they have DID. And I'm like wholly unconvinced that that's an actual, diagnosis that exists in the real world. Well, hold on. Let me be more accurate. It is a diagnosis that exists in the real world. I'm not convinced that it's an actual disorder. No. Because the way the DID manifests for Zena is like the way that like kids in my high school who pretended to have, bipolar disorder or schizophrenia, that's how they would act because they thought it was edgy and cool, right? And they saw a TV show where they wanted to be the Poppy has DID. I'm sorry. I don't believe like if DID exists, I don't think that Poppy actually has it. Did I say Zena? Sorry. I just don't believe it. She like the alters are popping into conversation like someone who's bored watching TV changing channels. Okay? That's not how DID is supposed to work. Wait, we already had an intro. Why is there a second intro? Brokenhearted? You despise this child. You despise this person. Why are you pretending like you're brokenhearted? One could only hope that your heart actually breaks so that none of the people that you with on a consistent basis ever have to deal with you ever again.
Before I get into the content of this, I want to establish some ground rules. If I see people in chat lashing out or saying anything dumb, you will just be hidden from the channel. Second, this is going to be separated into two sections. The first is going to be us talking about...
Hold on. Do I have my volume all the way up? Okay, hold on. Do they have like reverb on their microphone? Sorry, this might be loud for a second, but I have to know.
This is going to be separated into two.
Why the do they have so much reverb on their microphone? You're doing a talk show, essentially. You're doing a talk show. You don't need reverb. Sorry, that's not something that's like a massive actual issue, but the cat that was being bad is being bad again. I can hear her downstairs. I'm going to ignore it.
Two sections. The first is going to be us talking about our experience and kind of discussing how this stuff is impacting us. The second one is going to be after we get our document together and get our screenshots together and we go through with the people involved with that to refute some of the claims that are being made about us. It's no secret that... Like,
hold on. Let me pull my mixer over here. Like, okay, I think I have set up the reverb on my... Do you guys hear reverb right now? Can you imagine if the reverb is working right now? Can you imagine sitting through an entire stream like this? Like, why the fuck would you do that? Okay, let me turn that back off. No reverb. Let's crank that shit up. Now is there reverb? There's no way I couldn't have sent it into the mix, but it doesn't matter. Like, can you imagine listening to an entire stream where someone has reverb on that's like heavy enough to notice it? Say a prayer? No. My dad was a pastor, okay? I don't say prayers anymore, all right? I've moved past.
Very stupid documents got released. One of them is somehow fallaciously claiming that we coerced No into letting us come out, but they'll let us.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to like actually stop myself from paying attention to the reverb. It's just so hard. I have a lot of leeway for people who are content creators to like try new things, but like there are some things that just like bother the out of me, you know?
And she had her choice and she made one. And then, you know, from there, people just go dumb and ignore what she did. That's not what we're talking about today. The second document is the one that's kind of important. As much as what No did to me is awful, it is only one drill. This one in particular sucks for everyone involved. So the third thing is do not harass anybody we talk about tonight. If I see evidence of that, you will be banned from our community. Simple as.
The most people could do is just block, away from stuff, not have to interact with DMs with anyone you don't want to.
So while we're working on our document, we wanted to say something because obviously it's important. The second document is about my child, Adrian, or who is going by online.
Notice that they wasted no time in moving their stream setup into the child's room because there is no bed in the back over here. That was their previous stream setup. So they're not so brokenhearted that Spawn left them and didn't want to be a part of their life. They're more brokenhearted that Spawn told everyone the way that they treated her.
Line is Spawn. I'm not going to play that game. I know what their preferred name is. I also know what their legal name is, but we're going to stick with their preferred name. Adrian is my 24-year-old. When
didn't like at the beginning of this, they said that they're going to use Spawn for privacy. Poppy's child will be referred to as Spawn for their privacy. Poppy's like, privacy? I'm not playing that game, Adrian.
I met Adrian's mother, I was 17. We started dating when I was late 18 or 19. I believe in hindsight that I was groomed into that relationship. I stayed, even though my ex was 3 months pregnant, and decided to stay because I wanted a child to have a parent. In that case, a father, but obviously it's changed. In 2004, my wife, Juliana, was killed in a horse riding accident, and it left me as a single parent. I made some bad choices then. I will say for probably the first 8 years of my kid's life, I struggled a lot. Adrian is autistic. They're also ADHD. I only knew about one of those things. And it wasn't until they were about 6 is when I started going to therapy and trying to deal with the loss of my wife. I also realized that the relationship I was in was toxic and that we needed to do better with parenting. Adrian's a very willful kid. If they want something, they will do everything they can to get it. One of the big issues is that they would have sort of these clash of wills with my significant other at the time. And this became a pattern. Even as I did my own personal work and I improved, Adrian regularly would get clash of wills.
Were they like Zena? Were they abusive like Zena is? Also, holy shit, what is this flag right here? Okay, no, never mind. Okay. Dude, I just had like a sinking feeling because I thought that was the like minor attracted persons flag for like a quarter of a second. And I was like, bro, there's no way, bro, there's no way.
After a certain amount of time with my others. My relationship with Zina is no different. By the time Adrian came to the picture,
if it's no different, then yeah, then you have a pattern of picking abusive partners towards your child.
Time Zina came to the picture, Adrian was already an adult. They'd already graduated high school. They were either 18 or 19 at the time.
I think I might have first met them a couple times at 17. Yeah, they graduated that year.
Yeah, 18 before the year ended because their birthdays in March. What are the claims that are being made in this document? They are numerous and stupid, but the most important ones are that my child...
Again, like I said yesterday, like just looking at what happens at the very bottom, right? Looking at the plethora of issues that they had, that they feel like this on a regular basis. And it's not like this is just like coming out of nowhere and they just like dumped this on you. These were continually communicated to you guys. And they were communicated in DMs that were leaked from their friends. So even if you feel like, okay, well, maybe this isn't as, like, the reality isn't as bad on each one of these things. Maybe there's like a grain of truth to them, or maybe there's some missing context that, but like, obviously, if someone is feeling so up about the way that you're treating them, that they write out a 3-page single-spaced document to explain to you how they're feeling and things that they need from you, and this is your child, the appropriate thing, again, like I said yesterday, isn't to go line by line and say, well, that's bullshit. Oh, okay, well, that's bullshit. Okay, well, that's bullshit. Okay, well, that's bullshit. No. This person's trying to communicate something to you because ostensibly, they still want, no, not even ostensibly, like that we see them say in the leaked DMs, like, I wish my mom was nice to me. I wish that my mom loved me as much as they loved the dog. And I resent the dog for having a better relationship, or like a better, like being treated with more respect than I am. Like, do you not get this document and think, man, I'm ruining my relationship with my child? No, it's the child that's wrong.
Basically has asserted the same things they tried to gaslight me. They claimed that that they weren't allowed to eat except at very specific times. They made claims about only being able to access.
We've seen the DMs that says that they're not allowed to eat, but at specific times. Oh, look, Zena's doing a coloring book. Oh.
The bathroom at certain times. They've made claims about us treating them poorly when they were dealing with their thoughts. They have made claims about, they also made claims about us taking away the internet, and several others, which we will cover in depth. But for now, we'll stick with these ones. The last year that Adrian was here was hell. Adrian refused to get a job. And between COVID pandemic money, because Adrian wanted to quit their job at Staples, they were allowed to do so. Obviously, it's their choice. And during the pandemic, they were able to collect pandemic unemployment money.
To make sure
They got around $24,000. They also had a
trust fund
that was about $27,000 that we had gotten when their mom died. Yep.
They also got massive amounts of money from Pell Grants to cover college, plus $1,500 every semester almost for scholarship money.
Yeah, because, and
in addition to Pell Grant.
To be clear, the reason they were in college and they went for web development was because Zizi helped them get into that program and also helped them navigate the tech side of that portion, because Zizi had gone to a similar school, has gone to the same school, excuse me. The first half of my relationship with Zena was fairly clear sailing. Adrian had occasional issues, but for the most part, the two of them got along. As time went on, Adrian started regularly crossing boundaries. We also started having space issues. During the pandemic, Zizi would have to be in the living room while I worked out of the bedroom, and this room that we're in now was Adrian.
The other big thing that was going on was that very much declining at the time, with multiple chemical sensitivities. Very
Bro, they gotta fix the noise gate. I also am looking at Zena's mouth for the gums. Here, we'll slow it down so that we can really take it in. But the noise gate is way too high, or you need to move that mic like right next to your gummy mouth.
Very severely so. I had a number of health issues going on. The way that Poppy started the channel, I was dealing with gallbladder issues. Not to mention migraines were much worse.
Yeah. So long story short is that Adrian, when the health issues started popping up, Adrian really wasn't much of a help. They refused to learn how to deal with migraines. So a lot of things fell to me, or when I was migraining, we just had to sort of take care of one another. On top of—
Wait, hold on. You get migraines too? Is there any like medical issue that you don't have? I feel like we're going to hear about like kidney stones and sepsis and all sorts of crazy shit throughout this entire thing. Like, come on. Their setup looks professional? Actually, no, it doesn't. Like, look at my, not to like flex, but like, look at my camera, right? And then look at their camera. It's grainy, and actually, I'm certain, actually. Watch this. I guarantee you. Oh, look at that. There we go. So this is the difference right here between a $100 camera and a, oh, you can see the webcam right there. So this is a expensive camera right here. And then Wrong. This right here is like $100 Logitech webcam, right? This is probably the exact same webcam that they're using. Is that a NES in the background? Yeah, I used to collect, well, this is a Super Nintendo right there. But I used to collect Nintendo retro stuff. But yeah, like me, dude, like the setup is not professional. It's not bad. Like, I'm not gonna like dunk on them for having like a cheaper camera than me, but like also, if this is your main source of income, you should probably care a little bit more about production. But you know,
Of that, after they left their
oh, you have a Super Nintendo? Maybe one day I'll like go through. Well, I guess you can't see it on this camera, but that like right below the screen, you can see all of my collection. Chrono Trigger plays in the background while I'm streaming.
their job at Staples, and after the pandemic lockdown started ending, Adrian refused to look for another job. Now, for some of that was fine. They were still in school. But after school ended, we looked into getting them into various programs. We wanted them to be able to be independent. We got them into the Center for...
Those are either like $200 mics or $15 mics. I can't tell without saying what the brand is. Like, I mean, mine's not too dissimilar, but like the pop filter on the front is going to be like $10-20 maximum, you know?
independent living. We got them into
Michigan Rehabilitation
services. There was one point they were talking about joining a D&D game.
Honestly, the only thing that I would be able to say is like probably the most expensive part of their setup is probably their gamer chairs.
Specifically made for autistic folks to be able to learn socialization.
We also suggested them getting with the school for more resources because they had actually had a really great program to help get their students into employment. They had a wonderful program for that.
We also started working.
I'm just imagining Zena's gums like starting right where her lips, like right where she like opens like this. She like opens it just enough so you never see her gums. I feel like that's what's happening right now.
Working with a social worker to be able to help them become more independent, and we would regularly as a family go to those. In fact, there are still signed documents that give access to their health benefits. The reality of the situation is that Adrian has always exaggerated things.
What?
We also started working with a social worker to be able to help them become more independent, and we would regularly as a family go to those. In fact, there are still signed documents that give access to their health benefits. The reality of...
Please tell me these don't have access to like any money for healthcare that this kid has.
The situation is that Adrian has always...
Why does Zena look like they've been spending more time in the kitchen now that Spawn's not there? Probably they have.
Exaggerated things in order to get sympathy. The two ways that they tend to be manipulative is either through trying to get sympathy through exaggerated means, or will feign not knowing something in order for someone to pay attention to them.
How ironic! How ironic! How ironic! You're telling us that they play up disabilities and in how hard their life is to garner sympathy? Poppy? The person who accused someone else of rape after you emotionally like bullied them into sleeping with you?
Something that happened a lot. Adrian would be asked to do a task. Adrian would then eventually feign not knowing how to do it. They would screw it up, or they would just take forever doing it because they willfully were mad and didn't do it. And often tasks that should have taken 10 minutes took an hour because Adrian would dick off on them.
Adrian made it clear they would rather, and we're kind about this part, but like they made it clear to us that they would rather listen to music and take more time to do things than, try and do it more quickly without music.
This is most likely a lie. Poppy only got access to Spawn's medical info by logging into their health portal without their permission. Did Spawn say something about that? I don't know how anything like that. I've never had to access anyone else's like health information, so.
A phone involved, right? Because if you're constantly on YouTube, like...
Ooh, post them in the Discord.
Sometimes.
So let's go over these claims. We will go over receipts at another time because we were still trying to get those together. We are going through 3 years of DMs, through 3 years of text messages, through all the claims in their incredibly poorly put together document that someone else put together for them, obviously. I also want to make it clear that despite people's attempt to drama monger on this, 61% of that document is just Discord vent channel. I want to be clear that a Discord vent channel is not evidence. Anyone can come into a Discord vent channel.
It's evidence of how they felt about the way that you were treating them. They felt a certain way. Now, granted, not all feelings are valid, right? Some feelings don't have any basis in reality. But every screenshot of you guys communicating with that poor reinforced the way that they felt. Poppy sent gay-fesh screenshots of Spawn's online medical portal to prove a point. These people are so disgusting. Honest question, why do people hang flags behind them? I'm just reminded of Hassan with the USSR flag behind him. It's because they lack any ability to construct a set behind them. Like, I have a, I think, broken shadow box of Mario that I got for Christmas from someone. I have some stuff I got from the Ren Fair. Another gift from someone that's a portrait of my cat. Poster, and I have the Super Nintendo. It took like 20 minutes, and then I have just like my gaming shit all right here, right? GameCubes, PlayStation, whatever. Like, it takes like 10 seconds and like a picogram of creativity to make a set behind you that looks good. But some people don't understand that, and they think that a flag is like by itself a set design. I mean, in the past, I've had I had a big Trans Lifeline charity drive in, I think, 2020. It got like $9,000, right? And for that, I put up a trans flag, but then I wasn't able to take it off of the wall without damaging the wall, so I left it. And I left it when I left that house because I didn't want to be accused of tearing up the wall. That was going to be their responsibility to tear up the wall. So, yeah. Poppy got kicked out of a Ren Fair for fingering a girl on the dance floor. Yeah, I know.
And whatever. And Adrian did often because it got them sympathy. So, give you an example. We just named off how much money Adrian had. I'm not going to count the Pell Grants because some of that went towards school and all that. We'll cover just the amounts that I have off the top of my head. 24,000 and the 27,000. Because Adrian didn't want to get a job, their pandemic money went towards their rent and things. When they became an adult and they started working, the agreement was they would pay a small amount of the bills. This was to help them learn independence and to keep up with this stuff, which is fine.
And to contribute at various.
And we were still sharing groceries at this point, so they were paying into that. What ended up happening eventually when lockdowns ended, Adrian didn't want to get a job because they were trying to focus on school, which we allowed. And so the money from their pandemic money went to their rent and things. But eventually, when lockdowns ended and they got done with school, Adrian regularly would put resumes in filled with things about sales work rather than anything to do with tech. And then some of these tech companies would put from their pandemic money with their rent and things. But eventually, when lockdowns ended and they got done with school, Adrian regularly would put resumes in filled with things about sales work rather than anything to do with tech, and then send these into these tech companies for jobs that they were not qualified for. This happened a lot. And so one of the big problems is that...
Did they have anything to put down on their resume that they had worked in tech firms?
That Adrian sat there in their room most of the time on Discord talking to their friends. At one point, we had found out that they had spent nearly $2,000 on furry art and toys from the show The Batman, circa 2004. $2,000. I know because I'm the one that counted it.
So over a very short period of time.
Yeah, over a very small amount of time.
Wait, hold on. I thought that Poppy was the one that spent $2,000 on furry porn. And Chad has been reinforcing that idea in my head for the past couple of days. What's wrong with you guys? Or is it you should have confused them by having a Confederate flag next to the trans flag? Bro, I would have got canceled, okay? Spawn allegedly spent $2,000 on furry art. Okay.
This kid would regularly...
Oh, do they, throughout this entire thing, is this just them on screen, or do they drop any logs? Do they just, like, sit there and shit talk their child for a straight hour? With no logs? No logs? No logs. No receipts.
Go on clothing runs and shop, and which was fine sometimes. Like, there were times they genuinely did clothes, and there were other times they would just buy random stuff, like a whole ton of stuffed animals.
They would go to the grocery store, come back with armloads of bags, and half of it would be stuffed animals or something.
Yeah, and so the issue is that what quickly was a sizable amount of money started dwindling quickly. And we tried to intervene by saying, okay, here's the deal. It's our money. Like, here's what I want you to do. Before you make a large expenditure, I would like you to talk to me. That's not a permission thing. I just want you to talk to me so we can discuss the expenditure. Adrian reframed this in their Discord vents to they had to seek permission, which was never the case, and then proceeded to have their friends tell them that this was a form of financial abuse. Now, to be clear, financial abuse as defined in domestic abuse relationships is something like a husband giving their wife a very small allowance, enough to get like gas and cover her basic expenditures, but nothing more so she doesn't have the resources to leave.
Yeah, it restricts your movement greatly as far as what
This is not what we were doing. Adrian still had a shared bank account with me where they still had access to all of this money.
They never lost access ever.
In fact, when they left, as a side note, the remaining 13,000, because that's all that was left by the end, basically disappeared overnight because they emptied out their accounts and didn't tell anyone they were leaving. We knew they were going to be moving out soon, but they left in an incredibly duplicitous way to the point where I had to make a second bank account because I wasn't sure if Adrian was going to come back for the rest of my money. And bills auto-collect from my checking, so guess what? Fuck that. I want you to understand that one of the issues in our relationship often, and the reason why I'm doing a lot of talking right now is because Zizi's talked this stuff to death to everybody. The reason I'm talking about it is because I had to come to some realizations on this. It took me a long time to really understand the depth of what Adrian was doing because of my previous screw-ups as a parent.
The Poppy is acting like the 13K belongs to her. Now, if we're going to be fair, like a parent might be concerned about how a child uses a trust fund money to like around, right? Wait, hold on. Did she say my money?
A second bank account because I wasn't sure if Adrian was going to come back for the rest of my money. And bills auto-collect from my checking, so guess what? Fuck that. I want you to understand that one of the issues in our relationship often, and the reason why I'm doing a lot of talking right now is because Zizi's talked this stuff to death to everybody. The reason I'm talking about it is because I had to come to some realizations on this. It took me a long time to really understand the depth of what Adrian was doing because of my previous screw-ups as a parent. I had a tendency to dissociate when Adrian would get upset. And so what happened was I would get dissociative, I would start defending them, and this would cause an argument between Zena until eventually I did enough personal work in EMDR to realize that I was being manipulated. So I stopped letting that happen.
The other part was that I had to get very good at documenting what happened and what all was said, what was going on, because the stories that Poppy was being told were not matching up.
Yeah, we were literally getting two different stories.
That is why there's a lot of text messages out there of just verbatim, this XYZ happened.
So I want you to understand the money thing. I want you to understand the dynamics where there's this constant manipulation between the two of us. Adrian is sort of escalating any description.
Yeah, your child is just so manipulative that you couldn't like do anything about it. Like, I'm sorry. Was there ever a thought in your mind that like maybe that you're doing something again? Bathroom times, sleeping schedules, chores, nap times enforced on a 22-year-old.
And they at one point wrote a giant list claiming there was all these ways that we were abusive to them, and literally none of these were true. They clearly came up with this with their friends on Discord. We even went over it during like a session with their social worker and discussed like a bunch of parts of it. And like this is just their modus operandi.
There were things on there that made no sense that we couldn't even figure out what they were. This was like 4 pages, single spaced, and like a lot of it just didn't even make sense. Things that had either never happened or were just so vague that we didn't know what it was. And so even if there were things in that press, there was no way to address any of it in that format.
So what I want to do real quick is I'll read something that I had previously written for somebody who asked this question, and I'll just go over that because it's a lot easier. What I want to say is that I'm going to try to cover these claims as quickly as I can, but I'm going to try to be thorough, okay? So that's the money claim. Adrian always had access to their money. They always had the ability to do things. There was just a request to check in. They often broke this request. This includes with buying a Geiger counter, tons of stuffed animals and things like that. Again, I want to be clear.
Or they would lie to us.
I do still really want to know. I do still want to know what the Geiger counter was for. The Geiger counter is kind of a based purchase. I want to know what the Geiger counter was for.
About how much
I don't care if it was just because.
Would later find out that it would cost twice as much as what they told us.
And so what ended happening was like a kid who had between everything over the course of a 3-year period. So 2020, mid 2022, I think it was like when they left in 2023, they went from $51,000 to $13,000. And we were told that we were abusive by them because we told them to slow down. So that's the money claim. I'm going to read you what I wrote somebody from our server because they asked about this. They were another parent and they wanted to hear from me what actually happened. So let me give you the best I can out of this. So one of the claims that was made against us was food. Supposedly we starved our kid. Didn't. There was a horrible schedule that that rigidly kept them from the bathroom or food or various other thing. A whole bunch of other stuff around it. So I'll just read this and you guys tell me your thoughts. So the schedule thing is something that we had house agreements on. Adrian is a person with ADHD and autism, and while working with their social worker, we devised a schedule for them. Schedules are helpful for people with ADHD. This is a provable fact. So my child had specific times that they would.
But the schedule is supposed to be like, okay, well, this is a time allotted for only this person, and this is a time allotted for only this person, so that everybody gets a time in the bathroom to take a shower. What it seems like is that if the child needed to use the bathroom outside of their allotted bathroom times, they would get yelled at because it might give Zena a migraine. It's not this is the only time you can go to the bathroom. This is the only time that you have full access to the bathroom and nobody else does.
We would cook meals both because it was a step towards independence and because we have a small kitchen. Adrian never ate the same meals as us, and having 3 people cooking 2 meals in the kitchen was impossible. An example would be dinner. Adrian was supposed to cook at 7 p.m. so that we could cook at 8 p.m. Occasionally, Adrian would lose track of time or dick off on Discord and miss that window despite being verbally reminded and having alarms on their phone. At 8 p.m., we would start cooking, and Adrian would attempt to do the same, which was not great. We allowed this to happen several times until finally we made it clear that they need to stick to their schedule or wait.
Also, like this, Now, they were saying that their kitchen isn't small. Okay. What I want to know is, like, again, I grew up in a household of five people. Yes, I know these people are gross, Oreo. But what I don't understand is, like, how much are they making, like, full ass, like, using, like, multiple burners on the stove, making, like, a full meal, like, or is this like, your average weekday, like, night where you put some spaghetti in a pot and then you put some, like, Bertolli pasta sauce over that after the pasta's done, and then you're, like, good to go? Because you can absolutely cook 2 meals at the same time with 3 people, like, chilling in the kitchen. It doesn't take that much space. I don't know, like, what this reads to me as is, like, there's definitely controlling aspects from these two, but also, like, I wish there's a specific word. I don't know if it's, like, it's not histrionic, is it? Maybe it is histrionic. Okay. Yeah, histrionic. Like, they're histrionic about literally everything that this kid does, to the point where, like, we can't cook at the same time. One person can't use the microwave while the other two are cooking dinner.
Wait until we were done. This usually meant that they ate it around the latest around 9 p.m. They also had snacks in their room, could go get fast food or order something in which the latter they did often, usually through Grubhub or...
Except for, oh, hi. Look who decided to join us again. It's Waffles, the cat that is trying her best to make my life hard. Okay, where is the part where she just, like, was not allowed to eat for, like, 8 hours? It was near the end here. Geiger counter. Zena ignores scheduled cooking times. My designated dinner time is at 7. Guess who wasn't allowed to make an actual meal at 7? Because half the time you don't make food at 7. Well, you see, Zena was hungry. And that's where we learned about the nap time. No, wait, where's the one where, like, they didn't... Okay, this must be it. Zena takes over the kitchen. They eat donuts and Swiss rolls for breakfast, and they're lactose intolerant. That was at 3:02. 9 o'clock. I hate Zena. I haven't eaten all day. I tell Zena that they won't let me... I tell Zena that, and they still won't let me heat up food in the microwave. Should have coordinated better, and you didn't tell us anything about you going. I did. You knew I was going somewhere. Like, if that wasn't clear, you could have asked. I'm so exhausted. I have granola bars. We're now at 9:02. Now we're at 10:20. Still haven't had lunch yet. They're still cooking. From 8:50, it's now 10:30. Now it's 11:12. And they're not allowed to eat still. They're still not allowed to use the fucking kitchen.
Things like that, as expensive as that is. There was no way they couldn't get food.
Well, maybe if you let them into the kitchen when they wanted to use the microwave, they wouldn't have to use Grubhub.
In fact, like, there's a gas station just, like, a block down the street they could just go to and get stuff. We are super near a whole bunch of fast food places, including ones they like.
Our entire location is real close to the grocery store, fast food, gas stations, whatever you need. It's actually really close by. They regularly would walk everywhere.
One of the problems is that ADHD people, especially when they're on stimulants, have to be reminded.
You complained in the last part, you complained about them spending too much money. And now you're like, they could have gone to Grubhub or eaten out.
Adrian had alarms on their phone. They would ignore them. They would silence them and just go back to what they were doing, either art project or gabbing with their friends on Discord, being incredibly loud. So I want to be clear. When we go over this in full, I'm going to be looking at our checking accounts on stream. I've redacted a bunch of stuff, but I want to show you their meal expenditure money, because I can show you just 3 random months I picked, and you can see Grubhub, you can see pizza. This kid ate out often, and there were several times they ate at home because Adrian never ate with us. So one of the big issues I had with them when they were really young was Adrian would never eat with us. We eventually had to work with a dietitian because Adrian refused to eat the same things as us, to the point where they basically just had to live off of, like, fruit, macaroni and cheese, and a few other clear things. This was due to their autism. Certain textures fucked with them. I didn't know what autism was at the time because I was a dumb kid.
Well, and apparently no one could figure out how to diagnose autism.
Well, because Adrian is AFAB and that gets missed.
And it's the 90s.
And
Or
well, in this
2000s,
case, it was
sorry.
the 2000s.
Right after the 90s, it wasn't very far out.
So I want to make it really clear that, like, this kid always had access to food. The only request was,
It was right after the 90s. It was right after the 90s. Not too far out. Vigorously scrubs on the coloring sheet.
please don't cook at the same time as them. But Adrian escalates this to being some kind of claim that we didn't let them eat, even though they had access to food. There was food all around the area. They regularly went to the gas station down the street to buy Chex Mix, gummy bears, and various other things. They always had food. In fact, we often would go to Costco and buy them the big thing of Costco Kirkland sports drinks because we would share that with them because with their pots, they needed to keep up on being hydrated.
There's always the protein versions of granola bars. I worked with them numerous times to figure out what ones they liked. I talked over with them. They had a chance to try things if I could get a sample or something.
I'll get back to the room thing them eating in a second because there's an important side note to that. But let's
Bro, even if like this version of the story is like 100% accurate, even if this is 100, I feel like I would kill myself if this was the kind of like living situation where like people had to go over with me line by line what kinds of food I ate and what didn't. Like, what kinds of granola bars do you like? I'll get that for you. Like, yeah, that's a nice thing to ask someone one time. Sitting down and having like a sit down conversation about it is wild.
Let's move on. One of the claims against us was they can only use the bathroom at a certain time. This is a nugget of truth, but really, really escalated to the point of stupidity.
I can get on this.
Sure, I'll read the paragraph I wrote and then go from there. As to the bathroom, there was no schedule except for in the mornings and at night. I had to get ready for work, and Adrian got into the habit of taking over the bathroom, which made me late several times. We told them that either they needed to get up earlier or wait. That's it. At night, we structured time for them to shower because they were skipping showers, and when they did take them, they were during my work day, which would cause interruptions in my sessions because the pipes in the wall were loud. So what we did is try to negotiate them either taking showers at night or taking...
The pipes were loud? Yeah, and like it's really like it does seem like, oh, okay, well this seems like a reasonable, parent thing to do. But also when you compare and contrast like the DMs that they sent, right? The DMs that they sent versus the way that they're talking now, it like completely belies like the fact that, again, like we said this yesterday, like they're unreliable narrators of their own lives, because everything about their life that is not narrated by them is crazy.
Taking showers earlier than me because I would usually get up for work around 10 to start work with clients at like 11. You want to fill in some stuff?
Yeah. The other big thing to keep in mind is that Poppy didn't have very long breaks. Adrian knew that between sessions, Poppy spent maybe about 7 minutes total. Literally, that's it.
Maybe 15 at most if I can pull it, but yeah.
Yeah, but like realistically speaking.
Wait, were you not allowed to, like, were the pipes so loud that when you flushed the toilet, like it rattled the whole house?
Like that?
Also, the noise gate on your microphone is so unbelievably high. I completely, you know what? Actually, there's no possible way that a person could hear a toilet flush with how strong the noise gate is on this shit. We could barely make out what sentence Zena was saying at the beginning because of the noise gate. There's no way. If you don't know what a noise gate is, there's basically like settings that you can put into basically any program, literally ever. Let's see here. And it'll have like 2 bars, right? And a slider. And let's make the slider red here. We'll just do it with 1, okay? And you'll have a slider. And then everything, you like scroll this down, and everything that reaches up to this point, or that anything that's like so quiet that it doesn't break above like the middle of this bar, doesn't get picked up by the microphone or doesn't get sent through, right? So if you have it set down to like right here, like all the way at the bottom, or actually, why am I doing it like this? I can just show you guys right? So let's say that it's set to like right here, right? Anything that's not, if I talk quiet like this loud, no, I can't even like talk that quiet because I have the gain up so high. But let's say it's like set at 25 and I'm talking like this. Like everything that you're hearing right now wouldn't even be picked up by the microphone until it reached above the 25 right there. And then you would be able to hear everything. The reason why I was complaining about their noise gate earlier is because if it's down or if it's like set to like a bad level, like you'll hear a lot of popping and like almost like robotic sound noises, right? That was the part of the mic. It's more like a plugin that comes with almost every single program ever that it isolates unnecessary sound by not sending it through. Yeah.
it depends on the day. It just depends on which sessions to which one. So, no, if Poppy needs to run out of the bathroom between sessions, she can go to the bathroom. The other big issue that we were having with Adrian was that I had physical therapy for treatment of migraines. And no matter how many times we gave them warning of which days that would be.
How long have you been in physical therapy for migraines and you're still not able to function in society? Wait, what kind of physical therapy can you do for a migraine? That's a legit question. Is there even physical therapy for migraines? There might be, right? Maybe there's some muscles that you can work out that get real strong and keep your brain from hurting. And then how long does it take to complete that? Because this has been disabled since well before I had ever interacted with them. Scalp massage? I would assume like it's something to do with like your neck, right? Like building up muscles in your neck, I guess. I don't know.
When I go to the bathroom to get ready.
Because we have a very small bathroom. We have a bathroom.
Yeah, it's time. We don't live in a very big place. And seriously, so they were asked, and I would notify them, the day before, the day of, right when I needed stuff, right when I needed the bathroom. I tried all kinds of different things. They would always be in the bathroom when I needed to be in there getting ready for my appointment. And so I would oftentimes be kind of late to my appointments because they decided right then that that's when they needed to use the bathroom. And they would never.
Often because the only remembering was that someone else was using it or someone was walking around doing stuff. So that would be the reminder for them. The problem was that
I would literally send them texts 2 hours earlier going, dude, hey, I've got an appointment. Please make sure you use the bathroom beforehand. Like, it's really hard for me to get ready. Also, I have ADHD and migraines. I'm going to this for migraines. Like, it was a struggle to get me ready to go to appointments and to survive.
This is what I continue to say. Nothing of the above is unreasonable.
I have ADHD. I have ADHD. Like, if there's something that I have to go to, it's like I have really bad ADHD. I have like the highest dose of Vyvanse that my psychiatrist will prescribe. I hate it when people talk about ADHD like it's this like absolutely debilitating, horrible disease that they can't do anything, and it's just so hard to. I can't get myself up out of bed, and I don't shower because I forget to shower, and by the time I remember to shower, it's too late. And it's like, will I forget to shower sometimes? Yeah, but then I go and take a shower, and I just do a very quick one. ADHD is not a horrible, debilitating, like, chronic disease that leaves you completely prone and helpless, asshole agape on the ground. And they do this with every single health condition. Like, these people have so many life debuffs. I can't believe.
Reasonable, and we have house agreements and bank statements to prove our side. The text messages are usually from arguments between Zizi and Adrian, and are missing the in-person parts off in the resolution. So what I mean by that is a small percentage of those of that document is actually text messages or anything that could be considered receipts, because I just don't count the 61% Discord venting. That is just vent channels are made for lying. That's my personal.
They rolled in one for every stat.
So one of the problems was Zizi would put things in writing, usually through Signal, because it would allow them to have those things in writing, so Adrian couldn't lie about them later. One of the problems is that Adrian, there would be the debate over the course of Signal. But when we would sit down to have a house meeting or we would sit down to resolve these issues, which did happen.
Also, why are you using, this is, I guess it doesn't really have anything to do with, like, the argument. Like, you live in the same house and you're using Signal, like an encrypted messaging system or app? Like, it's an encrypted messaging app. And the only reason I know about it is because, like, during my soy days of being, like, a massive, like, crazy socialist lefty, and I was like going to BLM protests and stuff, people convinced me that like the government was fucking spying on people that were going to BLM protests, so that everyone had to message through Signal. And I had it for like 3 days, and I was like, wait a second, this is, and I deleted the app. But that's why you use it, because you're trying to encrypt. Why are you? I don't understand why you're using Signal for a family group chat.
The last, like, I want to say 6 months or a year.
For safety? If you are such a paranoid freak that you need to use encrypted messaging app for your like daily family group chat, institutionalize yourself. You don't need to be in society.
Those were in person. There are meeting notes from those.
Yep, there are years and years worth of meeting notes.
But there's not text messages. So Adrian doesn't have access to those folders anymore because they were taken off of them when they moved out. So we'll be going over those another time, but that's the problem. You're being given a...
So your child moves out and then you like cease all communication with them? Like, you want to remove them? You don't leave the door open for them? Like, I'm sorry. Think about that for a second. When they moved out, we removed them from the Signal chat. We removed them from the ability to like contact us in the way that we had been contacting each other. So your child runs away and you don't leave the door open for them to continue communicating, you don't want the child in your life. Why are you pretending like you're heartbroken?
Snapshot of a much larger process of a problem slowly comes about. Adrian is not honest or direct about the problem. And then what ends up happening is there's conflict over text message. And then there is a
there are clear messages. Like I don't have the document memorized, but like there's multiple times where they're like asking totally reasonable things, like the credit score question, and you guys snapping at them. Like, no shit, they didn't come to you about like every little thing or like try to resolve every little thing at the very beginning, because you guys snap at this for the smallest moved stuff from the couch to the kitchen table. And you send 80 text messages in the space of like 3 minutes. I want to go to a therapy session from her so I can see what kind of BS she tries to get me to do. Careful. That's where the globo homo like weaponized Marxism convince you to be trans people are, okay? You got to be careful, Nair. You're only one step away from being trans already, all right?
Something happens in person when we have our weekly house meeting. We've covered this before on this channel. We've literally covered house meeting. Last thing, the person said they didn't like the tone that Zena had used towards Adrian. This was my take on it. I'd have to see the specific screenshots again, but honestly, I don't think Zena was in the wrong here. As to the tone thing, I have no idea what that's about. My only guess.
I asked you not to move my stuff on the couch. Please don't move my stuff anymore. You told me to wait 5 minutes. I waited closer to 10 minutes, and instead of moving it, you decided to lecture me about keeping my door open. Then don't move it. I still said not to. I'm trying to leave to go to the grocery store. I've been trying to leave for the last hour. You could have asked for clarification. You forget stuff too, but I can't forget. You can't give me that benefit of the doubt. Now I have a big ass pile to sort through, and you don't even remember what is any of it. The pile is the same size as it was before. It's just in a different spot. No, it's not. Stuff was separated and at least somewhat sorted. The fragile stuff was in one area. Do not move my stuff anymore. No exceptions. I didn't want to get yelled at for not replacing the couch cover later on. Do not move my stuff. That's it. Now, I don't remember what the tone was, but I'm going to assume that Zena was in the right.
As the messages involved were towards the end of the interactions with Adrian. That time was rough. Adrian refused to get a job, would say that they wanted to take classes for independence, then just not, and left their room a disaster area with food on the floor. The worst of which was chocolate chips due to the granola bars that nearly poisoned our dog. I will admit that my tone may have been more cold than because things had soured immensely due to the above and Adrian's regular life. Again.
If your dog eats a chocolate chip, it's not going to die. You don't even need to take it to the vet. This isn't medical advice. If you want to take your dog to the vet for eating a chocolate chip, by all means, spend that $500 to get their stomach like injected with activated charcoal and have them vomit all over the floor and pay $500 for that. Okay, if you want to do that. But like, I had a dog, it lived to be 14 years old, and there were at least 3 instances in my mind where that dog got into like Easter candy or Halloween candy, ate a load of chocolate, and nothing bad happened. It's not cyanide. Feeding my dog Hershey Kisses right now. I am not a medical professional, and you should always consult your veterinary office for anything like that. But I'm just telling you, I've seen what they have to do for dogs that eat. I've seen dogs that came in that ate chocolate. I've seen dogs that came in that ate like their owner's like weed stash. Quick tangent story. When I was working at the animal hospital, someone came in and I recognized them. They were one of my substitute teachers from when I was in high school, and she was holding this corgi. This poor corgi dude was like drooling so bad that it was all the way down its chest, just totally chilled out though. And yeah, that was just funny. My substitute teacher came in with a stoned ass corgi because the corgi ate all of her weed, and that was good. That was a good story. Anyways, you guys, okay?
So again, Adrian had granola bars in the room for their.
Oh, but what they do to dogs? Wait, why is my camera off? When did that happen? All right. But yeah, they like bring the dog into the back, and then they like squirt activated charcoal down their throat. No anesthetic, because they need them to be awake so that they can throw it up. They squirt activated charcoal down their throat, and they hold the mouth closed so that it stays in there long enough for it to actually absorb all of the bad chemicals, and then they just like throw up black goop for like 15 minutes. Yeah, the stoned corgi was using ESP. Bring me treats. Bring me treats. I have a hunger I have never felt before.
Their pots, among other things. Thank you, Mr. Hidden, for the $3. And the intention was to make sure they always had like stuff to be able to handle it. Again,
Oh my God, these in their chat are still donating to them. These I can't believe. Give me one second. I gotta run downstairs for like 2 seconds and then I'll be right back up. Can you imagine like having all these documents be released? Let's say that this was released about me to the people that have watched me for a while. Say a bunch of documents are released about me that are on this tier. Are you ever considering putting money in my bank account ever again? My favorite teacher offed himself because his wife cheated on him? Goddamn, Nair. Mine was a funny story. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I gotta run downstairs and help my girlfriend like pick something up because I'm a strong, masculine, red-pilled male, and she's a weak female who can't pick up things because she's weak and a woman. Give me like 2 seconds. Here, I'll put on some like background music again. Here you guys go. All right. Where were we? Where were we? Oh, this scared the shit out of me. The first thing I hear was just like a loud ass bing bong bong. All right. What were they talking about? Let's see here.
Then because things had soured immensely due to the above and Adrian's regular lying. So again, Adrian had granola bars in the room for their pots, among other things. Thank you, Mr. Hidden, for the $3. And the intention was to make sure they always had like stuff to be able to handle it. Again, especially if they missed their meals, they had a number of things in the room that were snacks. What would happen is Adrian would eat like a slob because they have no table manners whatsoever, despite being taught many times to do so. And their granola bars
my
with chocolate chips.
God, dude. Are you my ass right now? You're gonna sit here and like the big dunk that you have on your child who you abused, and you admitted to abusing them as a child, but then like I guess now you're totally fine and everything's super poggers and great. Like you're telling me that the big dunk that you have on them is that they eat like a slob? Off. Like your entire existence is a slob. Look at Zena right now. I'm sorry. Like poor posture, belly pooching out, second chin hanging low. Like don't talk about like someone else being a slob, please.
Before. Adrian also had very poor boundaries. They would regularly try to pull on, tug, or lay on the dog to the point where Bunny avoided them.
Bun would just start walking away from Adrian. And go sit somewhere else behind me and Poppy.
To go further, Adrian was one of the people that did tuck out Bun. Bun goes out usually 2 to 3 times a day. One time was me, one time was Easy, one time was Adrian. And if one of us was migrating, someone would fill in. Adrian was taken off that list because Adrian would go outside, and because Bunny's a rescue dog, she would bark at people if she saw them because she got scared. Adrian wouldn't pay attention. So Bunny would lose her shit and then pull on this, 80-pound tiny person and yank them around. Now I want to be clear, Adrian has always been tiny. That's just how they've always been. They've always been smaller than the rest of the people. This is not due to eating or any other nonsense. They've just been small. Their mom was small. Their mom also suffered from a disorder called ectodermal dysplasia, which was essentially Juliana's dad had no hair. He couldn't grow it, except for maybe little fuzzy patches. And he barely had teeth because his body didn't produce the necessary parts to do those things. JJ, or Juliana, got a lesser form of that essentially made her teeth, weaker.
Oh, are we sitting here and like not using even like the fake name that they gave themselves? Now we're talking about like their real name and talking about their medical history. And if you don't think that the 80-pound anemic child that you raised can handle walking the dog because the dog is stronger than them, then don't have the child walk the dog.
And her hair very thin. Adrian doesn't seem to have ectodermal dysplasia, but they did seem to inherit some parts of it. That is, For example, they're literally like 5'1", 80 pounds. They're just little. That's it. They've always just been little. Back when I was a much stupider person, their nickname literally for the
what is like the BMI on like a 5 feet 1 inch 80? Oh fuck. Underweight is 18.5 or less. They're 15.1. That's like anorexia level. Jesus Christ. And now you're upset at them for not being able to control a rescue dog that chases people?
for the first 10 years of life was midget because they were just always tiny.
This was endearment. Please understand this was endearment.
This is not an offense to little people or dwarves or whatever. That's just how I call them. So Adrian had to be taken off taking the dog out because Adrian would not take care of.
Okay, really quick. Does anybody actually care about using the word midget? Like, does anybody actually use little people? Because you're not supposed to call them dwarves. Even though that's objectively cooler. Okay? You're not supposed to call them dwarves. Midget, dwarves is ridiculous. Dwarves, I mean, yeah. I mean... dwarves is the acceptable one? No shot. Yeah, we'll stop calling them dwarves and midgets and call them hobbits instead. I don't know. Like I like no shade to them. Like obviously they can't help it. I don't think that there's anything like wrong with being a midget. Like
the dog.
I'm just digging myself deeper into a possible deeper hole, huh?
And we eventually had to take them off that. And this was a regular trend where Adrian would be asked to do a chore. They would dick off at it.
Would take them off what? What? Sorry.
That's just how I call them. So Adrian had to be taken off taking the dog out because Adrian would not take care of the dog's safety needs. And we eventually had to take them off that.
They couldn't take care of the dog's safety needs. It's not that they wouldn't. They couldn't.
And this was a regular trend where Adrian would be asked to do a chore. They would dick off at it at some point. They would just demonstrate they knew how to do it. And then they would slowly become slower at it and slower at it and slower at it.
Or forgetting various parts, not doing all the steps.
Like, I mean, doing mirrors for several months and then deciding to just forget. This was a regular manipulative tactic. In fact, Adrian's own psychotherapists in testing noted this. This was one of the major things they did to get attention. They would act as though they don't need.
Oh, so you're telling me that a therapist / psychologist told you that there is something going on within the household that makes the child feel like they need to get attention, and they would try to get your attention because you were not giving them any attention by failing to do their house chores, and this is supposed to reflect negatively on them.
This is directly in writing. This is not me making this up. People can yell at me about this, but I have access to this documentation. I know this stuff because I was given the ability to do so through medical release. I know this stuff. This is a tendency of Adrian to do this.
Can I direct some towards Poppy? See, like, here's the thing. I got the fat jokes. I got the fat jokes for Zena, but like the trouble, and maybe like this is, listen, I have a little bit of trauma from fighting with trans people on the internet. All right. Again, I am very, very pro-trans. All right. I have trans friends. My best friend is trans. Okay. But like jokes aside, like, I feel like if I shit talk the appearance of trans people, then it's going to highly negatively affect me, you know? Go look up pics of her bald spot. I want to. But I feel like I wanted to make a comment about the graying hair, okay? I wanted to make a comment about the pallid skin, but I feel like anything that I say is going to be twisted to be transphobic, right? Like, I don't know what physical comments I can make about Poppy that wouldn't be considered transphobic, that they couldn't twist, okay? That's the entire problem that I have. All right, there's a lot to make fun of here. Okay, there's a lot to make fun of here. But bro, it feels Matt Walsh gets away. No, he doesn't get away with it. He plays to his audience, and my audience is fairly pro-trans. Okay, L pale skin. Yeah, go outside, loser. I don't know.
The issue is
I'll
that
work
what's
on
being
it, okay?
sold in that document is a series of exaggerations, half-truths, and just outright lies. As far as I can tell, Adrian hates Zena, despite the fact that Zena went out of their way to help them get into school, help them learn a number of things independently. Again, I'm not always the best parent. There were a lot of times where I just kind of let Adrian coast, and Adrian did fine in high school and all that, so I just thought it was fine.
I'm the one that taught them how to ride a bike and the planner.
Oh, trust me, I tried to get them to ride a bike.
Wait. Wait a second. You didn't meet Adrian until they were 17. You're telling me that they didn't learn how to ride no one had offered them? Maybe it makes sense that this child was trying to get attention from her parents. They didn't learn how to ride a bike until they were at least 17? And y'all are wondering why there's attention-seeking behavior? I'm so sorry. This is like, at first I thought it was just going to be like Cope, he said, she said, but like they're actually digging themselves a deeper and deeper hole. This is like actually like reaffirming everything that was in the document. Oh, it's so depressing.
For a long time, they failed at it every time. But
they figured it out by adulthood, so.
Hold on. It's not that I'm freaking out about what they think. Zena and Poppy, like, I've made multiple allusions to an action that they should take to leave this mortal plane. All right. I don't care what they think, obviously. Right. I just, listen, I have future job prospects. All right. And having everybody like constantly scream that Sondsol is transphobic and hates trans people and calls CPS on trans women who have children, like, is probably not a good thing for future job prospects. So that's something that I'm trying to avoid going forward, right? Imagine having the BMI of Gollum and still being hated by your mom. God, dude.
But my point is that, like, what's being sold in there and what's being touted by these people is a very, let's put it this way, a very narrow scope document that doesn't actually say anything. It's just a lot of Adrian being dishonest.
To be honest, none of these people are parents. Like,
you guys have not debunked anything. Like, explain where the dishonesty is, because everything that you, like, the past like 3 minutes of this video has just reaffirmed so many and confirmed so much of like what people think about you. And you like admitted earlier that you had like relationships throughout this child's life where they were acting up because they didn't like the partner that you had. Maybe you were picking shitty partners that are shitty to your child. Most of the things they made up, see, you understand what the f I'm talking about. Even if the things that they make up about me are just like totally false. Like that thing, like if I'm going to education or into like the political field and working for like progressive organizations, like if people are lying about me and the perception is there, then it's easier for them to let me go than it is to, I'm not arguing, I'm right.
The thing that I keep noticing is that they're not parents. Like, we had Poppy and I are adults. We're dealing with an adult child.
I don't know.
It was also very neurodivergent.
What the is? Like, I mean, well, I guess, no, I mean, like all of I have like little like spots and scars on my arms, but like, I know where those come from. Those come from the fact that my cats scratch me on my arms. Like, maybe it's something like that.
Divergent. And like trying to navigate how to still interact with this person on an adult to adult level, still get them skills is really difficult. Genuinely.
Meth sores.
Because of all the confusion with Adrian's,
No, if it was meth sores, then we would see like just gums and no teeth. All right. There are a lot of gums, right? You're right. If these people mattered, I'm playing it safe until I have a solid job. Okay.
Abilities and what they were acting, we genuinely were not sure if at some point they were going to need like guardianship or to be in a supervised living situation. We were very concerned
because they were that's
how bad. Yeah.
And the issue was that we got them tested numbers of times. That's where their autism testing came, because I didn't realize they had autism. Autism's kind of a blind spot for me. It's something I've had to work through as a clinician. And so the issue is that Adrian ended up getting a bunch of testing done.
Wait, hold on. You're as a clinician, you find it hard to diagnose autism? Bro, I want to know how many people like came to Poppy for help and ended up killing themselves afterwards because of shit advice. What the dude?
And that helped a lot. In fact, there was a really golden period where Adrian was getting their stuff done. They were doing great in school. They were helping with chores.
Yeah, it is easy to diagnose. I have assisted in like the diagnosis process for a kid that was getting tested for autism when I was like in one of the jobs I had in education, right? I had to like basically be like this kid's the only word that's coming to mind right now that is I was essentially his handler, okay? Like I was his handler, I was his wrangler. He would like try to escape from school, and he like almost certainly had something going on. I don't know if he was autistic or not, but I saw like the process and like the questions that they would ask and stuff, and like it doesn't seem hard to diagnose. Yeah, the school was doing it. Yeah, like there's even possibly like an epidemic of overdiagnosis of autism right now. Like people talk about that all the time. What do you mean it's hard to diagnose? How is it a blind spot as a clinician?
Honestly, there was no problems. They were on their Lexapro and just rocking. And then something snapped, and I don't know what it was, but they just started not caring. Now, to come to the chores real quick, I want to talk about this. People have said we had this 8-hour chore list. This is simply not the case. The chore list was basically like an hour of chores a weekend.
Most of it was geared to just, hey, wipe things down. Having it done weekly meant that Adrian's ADHD wouldn't get in the way and make things harder. So
You're gonna tell me? Oh, hold on. That's not. Where's the list? The list of chores, dude. Wait, was that it? This was the 1 hour of chores. This was the 1 hour of chores.
And if I remember correctly, there were things that were there weekly, and there was some stuff that was monthly.
not that much period, but yeah.
But the reason for this was one, we didn't know, but when we made those lists, Adrian's pots was still not known.
No, I don't believe. Like, first off, I don't believe that Poppy has DID. Okay, and then like the evidence for DID even being a real illness is so unbelievably spurious. Like, I don't believe that it actually exists. So like the fact that even like the few cases where I've like of people online that I've seen that I've been like, okay, there's obviously something happening there. Maybe it's DID. Like there seems to be like some stuff, because I've had to do a deep dive into this with another fight with another person. Like this just comes off as like the kids in high school that were like edgy and pretended to have schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or some shit like that, or pretended to be sociopaths because they saw the Joker or some shit like that, you know? Like, and they obviously didn't. They were just pretending. Like that's what it comes off to me as. They're very high school brained.
2, Zizi was migrating on a daily basis. 3, I was working full time. We needed help around the house, and Adrian refused to get a job. So this was
I
their
think
call.
my earphones are about to die.
If they're gonna waste their money on covering their expenses instead of getting a job and keeping their savings, then we had them help out with things around the house just to get out of their room, because otherwise they would just stay in there. In fact, the only time Adrian would want to spend time with anyone was when specifically we'd be willing to watch YouTube with them. Otherwise, they basically wanted nothing to do with us, except when they wanted to know something or ask something, in which case they would interrupt or barrel roll through anything that was going on at the time. In fact, this was one of the big issues with boundaries, is when Zizi was stuck out in the living room, the rule was made that they would have alone time between after Adrian had lunch, so like 2:30, 3 o'clock to like, it moved around a bunch, but it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock to like 4:30, 5 o'clock every day. And the issue is that Adrian would spend every day coming to them, bugging them, like every 15 minutes asking questions, interrupting them when they're having their alone time. And the problem was, because Zizi was in a high traffic area, this would start really with them, because they really just wanted space, and they couldn't just go lay down in their bed in the bedroom or relax, because I had the office in there at the time. That's obviously not the case now. But
I also couldn't leave the house very easily because of the chemical sensitivities, because being outside,
walking the hallway of our apartment could sometimes just cause a migraine.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry. That was just like the most shit I've ever heard. Walking down the hallway of the apartment complex, you're literally just like you're a prisoner of your own design, dude. Have you not like thought of like ways to avoid getting? I know, like, never mind getting a job. Like, if this is where Zena's at, you can't leave your apartment without getting a migraine. Like, if it were me, I would have like, I would have killed myself. I could not live like that. If I had tried everything and I was a prisoner within my own house and I couldn't do anything anywhere. I couldn't listen to loud sounds. I couldn't smell anything that's too like strong of a smell. Oh no, there's too much light. Oh no, I'm getting stressed, but not like the stress when I'm like yelling at someone for not vacuuming isn't too much, or like for touching my shit isn't too much to trigger a migraine. But like the stress of them asking me a question, you know, is enough to cause a migraine. Like it would have been like a 12 gauge mouthwash at age 20. Like I wouldn't have been able to do it. I keep farting and triggering my own migraines. Yeah, I'm obsessed, Tron.
Now, I will clarify too. The thing that we came up with, Adrian usually took a long time to eat anyways. We knew that, how they are. Right, they also had some other meal times scheduled out because, again, there was a point where they started like almost blacking out and falling into the cupboards, even, especially like while we were out in the kitchen trying to do stuff, and like they would suddenly just not be okay. And we figured out that no, it was just that they weren't eating. They weren't getting up in the morning to eat food. They were just getting up, going on Discord with their friends, and then not getting up to get food. So even though like I had alone time, they were still asked to get food at 2. They were always we always told them, hey, even if you're not hungry, just make something. That way you're taken care of, have what you need, right? You know, your ADHD is.
In that way, I don't have to see you for the rest of the day, you disgusting, dirty slob.
Is gonna.
Oh God, I'm sorry. The belly like hanging over, bro. The belly hanging over, bro. It's getting to me, bro. Oh, it's with me, bro. It's too much.
Always asked of them. The issue is that
you guys are lucky my camera's covering it up, but it's with me in the corner there, bro. I don't know what to do about it, dude. Oh. Yeah, if they got a job, they could get better anti-migraine medication. True. Oh.
How does this fit in everything? We'll cover this more in the second part, but I want to give kind of like a light overview of that, and that is much like adding new characters to Smash, the hate mob, but basically started coming at me probably mid last year. But where it really ramped up was with No. These people took the woman who sexually assaulted me and weaponized her. And it was at that exact time when one of those people, who will remain nameless, broke, I would say, a fairly large boundary beyond just the weaponizing my rapist. They went out of their way to go find and dig up Adrian. Adrian didn't come out of the woodwork initially. They found them and then brought them out and weaponized them.
And this person.
If they came for you mid last year, explain all these screen caps from 2022. I still have a bedtime. This is 2022. Didn't start getting documented after people already hated you.
A whole big post and doc and everything.
They're covering it up now. Good.
The person in question that did this, I am talking to. They have stepped out of the fray. That is my issue to deal with. No problem. But the problem is that initially Adrian was going to be sending everything through this person, and then Adrian decided to strike out on their own and start doing their own Tumblr blog.
When this person decided to step down because becoming a parent, that the harassment campaign was snowballing way too fast.
And so understand.
See, that's the noise gate. Like instead of hearing snowballing, you hear no balling because the S is cut off. It's so irritating.
Campaign was snowballing way too fast.
And so understand.
Hey, thank you for the $20, my guy. For your pain and suffering. Hey, listen, it's not just my pain and suffering. You guys are suffering too. But you should give me money so that I can continue to suffer through this, okay? This is hard, okay? This is hard.
And that between
I again, when I say that, like, this is suffering, like, the reading through some of those logs was so angering. Like, it reminded me of, especially like the one with let me see if I can find it easily and quickly. Here. Like this one right here where the kid's like probably like drunk or something like that, getting yelled at for putting the recycling in the car wrong, which I don't know what the that means. But they wouldn't accept an apology and said I should know better, act like I did it on purpose. And then they're like, I'm mad at my dog and I hate that I'm mad at her. It's not her fault. Parents love her more than me. And then you also see, like, in Poppy's Discord, them slathering their Discord kittens with love. I love you, my son. I'm sorry, not Discord kittens. These are their adopted children. Like, it reminds me of, like, the kindergartner that came to me and told me, like, didn't know that he was telling me this because parents told him coded language. But my dad is at work downtown. He's in jail, and my mom's boyfriend is mean to me. Will you be my mom's boyfriend because you're nice to me? Like, that's what that shit reminds me of. Like it's bad. Like, this is like some real like tough shit. Okay.
Friends who were upset about optics splitting off, such as Beyond Safe Words and a number of other people. Not to mention a bunch of people getting the back of a woman they had no clue of.
Has
or
an
what she had done.
incest
They
kink,
just knew
though?
that they hated me, and
Jesus.
so they just immediately assumed I was lying for some reason. No one has yet to give me any idea of why I'm lying about, other than they claim I'm an abuser. But again,
Well, technically, it wouldn't be incest. Do you think that that's what they've been gearing towards, like totally breaking this child emotionally to like incorporate them into? I shouldn't accuse that. That's actually pretty bad. That's a really bad accusation, and I didn't mean it. That's gross and horrible. But could it have been?
whatever. And then out of nowhere, my kid comes in and starts throwing out these things. And then these people begin a coordinated effort that sends in letters to my work that eventually gets me fired.
We want to be clear. Adrian is aware that Kiwi Farms is involved, that we are targets, and they're still doing this stuff. They are still going. They decided not to take anything down. They decided to just keep. They decided to put a short pause on posting, but would still respond to things. And then after that, that only lasted like a week or something. Not
About a
even.
week.
Yeah.
Now, let's be
Oh,
really
okay,
clear,
got you. The
because
Discord children,
the
yeah.
thread that KF has made about me, because apparently I'm a lolcow now, gay. I finally made it. The issue is that because
I love the cope that like every single time someone gets put on Kiwi Farms, they're like, "Oh, I finally made it." That is the saddest cope of all time. Okay, that is the saddest cope of all time. If you've ever disgraced your computer search history with Kiwi Farms, and you've seen the people that those people are laughing at, it is not a club that you want to be a part of. Okay? Can I become your Discord kitten? Well, if you guys noticed, there is a Discord link in the YouTube description. There is also a donation link. All right? You guys can be my Discord kittens and my pay pigs. There's all sorts of weird animal things going on around here. We're just like a big old farm, and I'm farming all of you guys. Sorry. But yeah, anyway, Kiwi Farms is like, a long time ago, must have been 2022. The drama around Nick Fuentes was really picking up. I had never heard of Kiwi Farms before, but I heard that there was a large amount of drama about Nick Fuentes on Kiwi Farms. So I read through a lot of that thread, and not good people. Not good people. I didn't ever like click on anything else besides the Nick Fuentes and the Ethan Ralph threads. But then Keffels got added to it. I was like, wait, why is Keffels going to be on this site? And then I learned a little bit more about it, and I was like, oh, Jesus. There are a lot of people on here, huh? Some names that I recognize. You do not want to be put on this website. Because if you've made it to Kiwi Farms, you f***ed up really bad, consistently, and are likely to continue to f*** up.
walk out of the fray, they now know who Adrian is.
Do you think Keffel's rugged? Oh, rug pull. Yeah, I do. Yes. Increasingly so, in fact. I've also gotten into it with Keffels a couple of times, and so I don't have high opinions of Keffels.
Because they found their LinkedIn. The reality of the situation is that this has escalated to the point where we've actually had to talk to the FBI. We've had to contact the police so we didn't get swatted. Like, my address can be found given enough work. And the issue is that despite the suicidal ideations I dealt with for months being with no, we actually had to get my firearms back just for house safety. So when I make it clear that things have not been great, and the fact that Adrian came out at this time is additionally not wonderful, I want you to be very...
I know that they got their firearms back. It's just like so funny to me. Like, you felt like you were a danger to yourself, so you voluntarily release your firearms into the custody of someone else, and now you're in another like emotionally vulnerable position, and you decide to get your firearms back. We saw in the other video, you guys have katanas. If someone breaks into your house, I'm sure you guys watch anime. You guys know how to use that shit, all right? Watching Naruto is basically like a masterclass, all right? You don't need the firearms. That's just a danger to yourself again.
This is very much a combination of a coordinated effort of people who have no limits and are willing to risk any level of collateral damage despite a woman they hate. Now, you may ask, how do we prove all this? Well, we have years of house agreements that were signed by all of us. We have
context for the rest of the text messages. We don't just have the clips. We have the full conversations for things.
And unlike Spawn, i.e. Adrian, we're willing to get on stream and actually talk about it instead of just letting this doc do it for them and then they go out of town. I want to be clear that...
I'm sorry. Do you want to debate, bro, your child about the emotional abuse that they feel like you inflicted upon them for their entire life? This is what happens when you have nothing going on, nothing going for you in your life. You have nothing going for you in your life but content creation. That you're willing to put the most unbelievably personal in what would be to a normal human being, some of the saddest moments of your life. Like your child doesn't want to be a part of your life anymore because you f***ed up so bad. But all of a sudden, your first thought is like, oh, I should have my child on stream to debate about the document that they detailed their feelings about me on. Yeah. What are you gonna, what is the clickbait title on that video when you release it gonna be? What a freak.
That the person that also brought them out of the woodwork got lied to. Adrian lied to them and said they didn't have medical insurance.
And that they couldn't access therapy because of it.
Let's be clear. I know how to talk to insurance, so I looked. Their insurance, as far as Medicaid is concerned, is still active. In fact, based on everything I can see, they saw their social worker recently. They're being treated for their POTS recently. To make it very clear, Adrian is lying. And I know any...
It doesn't make you look good to debunk. It doesn't make you look good to debunk your own child. It does to go into their medical information. Do these like, sorry, the first three words that came into my head were like actually not okay. Mongoloid is not okay, right? Like, what kind of room temperature person opens up stream and thinks that this is making them look better? Just don't say anything at all.
Any parent can come out and say, you know, their kid is lying about these things, but I'm sorry, sometimes it's true. I'm not a perfect parent. I suck at it. I don't think I should have ever been a parent. But to claim that I would do something so egregious as these things is utterly insane. And the evidence that people are using for this is basically just the rantings of a vent channel from Discord, a series of text messages, and random Tumblr claims. The fact that Adrian is going along with...
Oh, wrong document. There's plenty of screen caps from you guys. There are lots of screen caps from them and their event channel, but it's not like there's want for some kind of like evidence that you were involved in any of this. What is this? Do they think that people are just like never going to look at the logs? It's funny how Poppy will say believe all victims, especially how she was so called, yes, so raped by deception, yet she completely dismissed what her child says in a vent channel. Yeah, I know.
With this, and has let things escalate this part, isn't just putting our lives at risk and causing a safety issue. They are putting their own safety and their roommate's safety at risk. The person that they are living with is also at risk, and that person has a lot to lose. I won't say who they are or where they work, but I will say it is a fairly prestigious place, and Adrian is putting their life at risk.
I gotta be clear too. Like, even when we started the channel, we made it utterly clear to them to never get involved in their online life. Talk about the risk. They were an adult. Like, we all had this conversation about what the risks were.
Are you? Is that a threat?
And has let things escalate this part isn't just putting our lives at risk and causing a safety issue. They are putting their own safety and their roommate's safety at risk. The person that they are living with is also at risk, and that person has a lot to lose. I won't say who they are or where they work, but I will say it is a fairly prestigious place, and Adrian is putting their life at risk.
I gotta be clear too. Like even
I'm pretty sure it is a straight up crime to leak someone's medical records. Yes.
when we started the channel, we made it utterly clear to them to never get involved in their online life. Talk about the risks. They were an adult. Like we all had this conversation about what the risks were. Made it clear, dude, don't ever get involved. Doesn't matter what you think of us. Stay out of this.
It was not for them to be limited. It was because of safety for this exact reason. At one point, Adrian wanted to start streaming. And we told them initially no, because we didn't want people making claims, because making connections, because if they saw Bunny in their streams and our streams, very easy to make that connection. There was discussions about them not having money in their room. There was discussion. This was before they started making the chocolate chip problem huge.
The stream thing was also just really difficult because they weren't getting a job either, and so we were like having full devil's duty, trying to figure out like, dude, we need you to also be working on this stuff because you need to sustain yourself somehow.
So
how do we both here?
So again,
why would it be bad for them to? Yeah, I know. Like it's a veiled threat. I know. That's it, like I'm just stuck on like why is it such a problem if like people know that you guys are in the same? I don't know.
Again, I want to be really clear that like Adrian's leaving went like this. Adrian started looking for someone to rent a room from and move to another city. And eventually they did find somebody. We had worked with them to do independence. We had them look up things of like how you write a resume. We sent them to classes. We made sure that they knew what to do and how to do things. One of the reasons why we had them do chores, besides just helping us because we were.
I was in the live chat when this first premiered. I called out Poppy for revealing personal info. Oh, show chat replay. Live chat replay.
We're dealing with a ton of illness issues was because
Scroll up just a little bit. Don't y'all spend money on furry art too? Sure, but I had a job. Wait, hold on. Images of paper agreements, 2 sections / parts, 3.2%. What is this, like Full Metal Alchemist, like calling out the percentages of all the chemical makeup of the human body? Like images of paper agreements, 2 sections or parts, 3.2%. Discord venting, 39 sections or parts, 61.9%. Discord combo, 2 section / parts, 3.2%. List of grievances, 1 section / part, 1.6%. Okay, it doesn't seem like it's like caught up with
they needed to know how
this
to do
part
because
yet.
otherwise they wouldn't do them. There was concerns about their hygiene. There was concerns about this. Adrian also had a bad habit for a long time of trying to find ways to make people uncomfortable.
That wasn't a habit. That was intentional. Like they would just outright tell me, "I like making that was a thing."
Their favorite way was to wear underwear that was too small for them and then proceed to
Lift their leg up in front of us if they were like
or our
sitting on a
guests.
shared.
Often it was more guests.
Wait,
So
what the?
habit issue was because they knew what to do and how to do. Find somebody. One of the reasons why we had them do chores, besides just helping us because we were dealing with a ton of illness issues, was because they needed to know how to do them.
Yeah, you're like totally real fake mental issues. Yeah.
Because otherwise they wouldn't do them. There was concerns about their hygiene. There was concerns about this. Adrian also had a bad habit for a long time of trying to find ways to make people uncomfortable.
That wasn't a habit. That was intentional. Like they would just outright tell me, "I like making that was a thing."
Their favorite way was to wear underwear that was too small for them and then proceed to
lift their leg up in front of us if they were like
or our
sitting on a
guests.
shared.
Often it was more guests. So I want to be really clear here is that what happened is that Adrian found someone to live with. They were in the process of going back and forth between the cities to find a way to make everything work.
They didn't have a job yet or anything.
They were going to get a job in the new city, which was fine. And then what happened was this. One weekend appeared, and Adrian asked to go to the other city with the intention of getting their keys and all that. And the problem we had was they had already started moving stuff, and our concern was if they left, they were going to leave us with their room, which was a disaster area.
It was trashed. We had agreements with them already written up.
So Adrian got it in their bright mind to pop the screen out of their window, throw their bags out, walk out, say, "Oh, I accidentally knocked the screen out," and bring it back in. Of course, we were busy at the time, so we didn't really notice. Put the screen back in, call their future roommate, and tell them that they were being held or something, and decided to leave, saying they were going to go to the store when in reality they went to the other city and never came back. They also took out the 13 grand out of their account, never telling anyone. So all of a sudden I saw a $13,000 drop in my account, which of course I got a notification for. I had to then take steps to make sure the rest of my account wasn't stolen. I also had to then go through and clean this whole room. This had food soaked into it. There was areas here that were awful. Adrian had a very large, like, high post bed, and we had to take that.
Wait, hold on. That doesn't make any sense because they talk about like the fact that they got into a massive fight because they moved all of the furniture out of their room to deep clean the room, and y'all screamed at her about it. Yeah, and if they weren't lying, then they would show pics of it. Yeah.
The whole part that's now down in our storage area.
They didn't make
Then Adrian whined and wanted their stuff, and so they left behind, mind you. So we put it out of the house.
They didn't feel like there wasn't any escape. They didn't feel like there was any way to get away from you. The fact, like anything that is like for every single thing that they're bringing up to embarrass the kid, like the hygiene stuff, which, like, believe it or not, either way, if it's fake, then they're just like shitting on their child and trying to like embarrass them in any way possible. If it's real, like we're looking at extreme, I don't know what the actual term is, but there's like a thing that like people can develop that if they were like neglected as a child, right? If their parents didn't pay enough attention to them or didn't show them enough love, they'll start acting out in order to get attention, right? Like people will talk about that like all the time, like, oh, they're just trying to get attention because they don't get any, if you're like a teacher or something, like they must not get a lot of attention at home because they're like constantly like begging for attention here at school, right? Like anything that they've talked about that fits into that would be on you, Poppy, because you're a shit parent and a shit person. 13K drop in my account. Yeah, that money was Spawn's. It wasn't your account.
Safe and snug inside the hallway of our apartment.
Oh, hold on. One sec. What is this link right here? What movie is that from? Wait, hold on. The title probably has it. Quantum Leap. I've never... 5 seasons from March 25th. It's a TV show. They did this on fucking live television. Bro. Yeah, they don't have any logs to support anything that they're saying. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dox a video of Zena from her acting career. Sorry about that. Or their acting career. Yeah, I agree. The only response you can have to a manifesto is a different manifesto that like debunks claim by claim, but they haven't done any of that. They're just shit talking their child the entire time.
And told them they can come grab it. They came and grabbed it, gave them their stuff, no problem. We haven't heard from them since, except when some packages came because they sent them to the wrong place. Up until Adrian came out of the woodwork because of the stalkers, they had moved on with their life and so had we. But now Adrian has decided that they want to weaponize their spite. So I want to make it really clear. You're going to go online. You're going to either find a Google Doc that has a bunch of nonsense in it, or you're going to find videos where people are going over this and talking about how true and cringe it is. I'm gonna be honest, if you actually believe that stuff without any critical thinking, you are welcome to please unsubscribe from the channel and fuck off. I do not want people in my community that do not have the slightest ability to have critical thinking.
Well, people listened to that. People have been listening. They dropped below 10K. I mean, do you think they regret telling people to do that?
Or be able to withhold judgment until all people have spoken. Anyone that has watched this channel knows that we try to be as thorough as possible, try to be as clear as possible, and also try to be as open with you guys as possible. When we're struggling, we tell you. When we're dealing with stuff, we tell you. The fact that these people went out of their way not only to weaponize my rapist, but also to find my child and weaponize them is disgusting. And the fact that they pretend that that document proves...
Oh my God, they're begging for likes in the live chat, bro. No shot. Remember, everyone, to like and subscribe. 135 watching. Like the video. Oh, my earphones just died. Let's see if the other one's charged enough to get us through the rest of the stream. Yeah, of course. Like, she's poisoning the well. She's not... It's pretty obvious, yeah. Also, let's see, anything else? Man, the live chat is just as interesting, huh? This video is our experiences. The future video will be receipts including bank statements, full text messages without clip chimping, and the like. Oh, so you're going to release another hit piece on your child. Okay. I guess it does say part 1. Okay. Will that video cover the assignments? I think that part could do some more clarification, as it seems that Adrian didn't really give loads of context for them. I feel like they gave enough context. Decision change the interaction without sufficient info. CO feeling, Courtney Orchard feeling uncomfortable in hindsight doesn't mean she's making stuff up. Again, poisoning the well. I took a look at the thread for what it's worth. Our stalkers literally hunted my child and weaponized them. It is because them, now KF, knows who they are because they found Adrian's LinkedIn. I don't understand how Adrian is simultaneously competent, skilled enough to get a tech job while also needing so much direction in their life. Sounds like Adrian should have moved out a long time ago. They didn't want to respond to that one, did they? Try to see if they respond to you, like if this is the part where they respond to you about like soft doxing. I won't say who they are or where they work, but I will say it's a prestigious place. Right, so let me just put that bit of info out there for the KFers to sniff out. Are y'all for real right now? Oh, shit. Here we go.
And just a bunch of claims in writing in a Discord is absolutely insane. And anyone that tries to sell you that, if you want to believe them, that's cool. You do that. never come near me again, because I feel like if I have any conversation with you, you're going to forget to breathe. One of the reasons why I'm doing the talking with this is that, and I'm not trying to cut ZZ off, but one of the things is ZZ has been at the forefront of trying to help Adrian, support Adrian, and they
Just took the biggest shit without asking permission from anyone. This drama made me appreciate my apartment. Hey, you know what? As long as you know what, that's a lesson that we should take from all this. All right, that's a lesson we should take all of this. What we should do after reading all this horrible shit is realize that we are so lucky that we can take a shit whenever we want and nobody can tell us otherwise. Not even Poppy and Zena.
they got hurt a lot by this kid, and it took me a long time to realize it. And so one of the reasons I'm speaking up now is because I wanted to speak about this in a way that made it very clear.
Wait, who got hurt by the kid? Sorry.
You're going to forget to breathe. One of the reasons why I'm doing the talking with this, but also to find my child and weaponize them, is disgusting. And the fact that they pretend that that document proves anything beyond just a bunch of claims in writing in a Discord is absolutely insane. And anyone that tries to sell you that, if you want to believe them, that's cool. You do that. Never come near me again, because I feel like if I have any conversation with you, you're going to forget to breathe. One of the reasons why I'm doing the talking with this is that, and I'm not trying to cut ZZ off, but one of the things is ZZ has been at the forefront of trying to help Adrian, support Adrian, and they got hurt a lot by this kid. And it took me a long time to realize it. And so one of the reasons I'm speaking up now is because I wanted to speak about this.
Was your other partner, when they were a child, was your other partner hurt and damaged and so emotionally beaten down? Jesus, the glazed over fucking Zena. Like, if there's a pattern here, you're reaffirming it.
This in a way that made it very clear that I am 100% in support of Zena. I know why Zena was so rough. I know what all the things that happened in the house that led up to those text messages. And I'm going to be really clear. After the shit this kid pulled, including having their own dishes and letting them rot in their room for weeks, or the first weekend that Sage came out, deciding to use the toaster and then leaving a package of tortillas on top of the toaster that then plastic burned and filled the house with toxic smoke.
We saw the logs for that. It didn't seem like there was any. You accepted that it might not be them, and then you were like, oh, wait a second. Zena just talked to me. All the available evidence points to you, even though they didn't eat tortillas that day, and they made something in the toaster that was bagels, and they didn't burn any tortillas then. They didn't eat any tortillas the rest of that day, but for some reason they just went over and put the tortillas on top of the tortilla or on top of the toaster oven. For what purpose?
Which then caused a migraine for me, Zena, and Sage. We couldn't leave our bedroom. This kid would regularly start crafts projects in the house that would then cause...
Wait, is there a fourth person living in this house at this point? That was not made clear by the Spawn document. They had 4 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment, and 3 of them were sleeping in the same bed? Bro, no wonder this poor kid had mental issues, dude. Like, no wonder this kid had issues. It's because Poppy is selfish as does not give a about what the effects of her lifestyle choices, how they affect the kid. I'm not talking about being trans. I'm talking about like the harem that Poppy wants. They're telling you that you're concerned trolling. Okay, got it.
Of us, I would get migraines in the middle of a workday because they decided they wanted to use their hot glue gun.
We did have times where we tried to talk to them and be like, hey, if you let us know ahead of time, we can try to figure out another space for you. We can try to figure out you going outside. We try to see if there's somebody else's house that you can be at. Like, we really did ask them to let us know so we could try and work with them on things, but they never did.
Migraine havers in chat. Is a hot glue gun enough to trigger a migraine for you? This
is where a lot of the line got really weird, was that if there was ever an offer for them to work on something with, they wouldn't do it. They would forget about it, and then at least
held at a hot glue gun point. True.
Keep doing the same mistakes.
No, this was the regular issue we had. I love my child. I do.
Bro, I would be triggering migraines left and right. Stay in your room, Zena. I have to piss.
Right? There are a number of kids that I've adopted over the years that I still take care of. Evan's one of them. Shiloh's one of them. I love Shiloh.
Yeah, children that you've adopted on Discord that you show more love to than the actual child that you raised from birth. Yes. You're not helping your case here.
I love Evan to death. I love trans boys. They're great. We tried with Adrian for years and really tried to give them every resource, every opportunity, and they dicked off with it and fought us tooth and nail. With the chores thing, people have made the claim that we gave them too many chores. We'll show you the list. They weren't that deep. They took maybe an hour. Except then Adrian would sit there with headphones on, listening to videos, staring at the screen, and then suddenly what was an hour of chores slowly extended to several hours later. So when Adrian claims, oh, they had to do 8 hours of chores, that was on them.
And we did try to ask them, hey,
can you stop dicking off and watching videos and instead just do the thing? And they wouldn't.
I actually wrote the chore list several times to even make sure that like all the prep work was getting done at the beginning, that way you didn't have to like run back and forth to get something 10 times.
We even let them have phone calls with their friends while they were doing it, except then we started noticing that caused slowdowns. Anything that was a distraction, they would just get sucked into. Like again, this kid had it easy. They had thousands of dollars at their disposal. They had gotten their degree in web development.
And they weren't working at all anyways. They weren't thing.
They were sitting on Discord and whining because they had to do chores, because they had to wait an hour, because our kitchen is small, because of the island we have and the table that we have. They had to wait an hour to make microwave macaroni and cheese that they bought that would take 10 minutes tops to get together along with whatever food they wanted.
Part of it was just like
And you guys wouldn't allow them to use the microwave. What?
Sitting on Discord and whining because they had to do chores, because they had to wait an hour, because our kitchen is small, because of the island we have and the table that we have. They had to wait an hour to make microwave macaroni and cheese that they bought that would take 10 minutes tops.
So make enough room for the kid to walk over to the sink, to put water into the macaroni bowl and stick it into the microwave and hit the minute plus button twice, and then walked away for 2 minutes. Then you could continue cooking and they could walk over and grab the microwave macaroni and then leave, and there would be no real disruption to y'all's cooking time. Yeah, I know, user. It's not like Spawn lacked a loving family. Pro.
To get together along with whatever food they wanted.
part of it was just like there was just weird stuff. Like when they reframed things, like part of the issue I didn't like having communication with me was because there was a safety thing. If I was cutting up something with a knife, it would try to scoot around me right next to me and not say anything. And I'm like, no, I have a big ass knife in my hand. Please don't do that. And they kept doing it. They would do it over and over and over again. And no matter how many times I asked them, hey, if you need to be in here and I'm cutting, please say something. You need to get around me.
If you're so mentally incompetent that you can't cut vegetables with someone else in the kitchen, hire a caretaker.
Please make yourself known. Like, you're right behind me. Don't try and scoot real fast around me. Like, don't do that. It never worked. Never would do what I asked, which was let me know that they were there or they need to get somewhere. What am I supposed to do?
In fact, one of the major issues was between the chemical smells and the being around people when they're using knives or anything like that. This was just a regular issue with Adrian. Adrian was awful about safety issues, including putting the wrong things in the microwave or complaining because we got them the wrong Tostitos pizza rolls or things like we're talking.
I broke most of my mugs at this.
Yeah,
And just mine, not Poppy's.
Yeah,
just mine.
I literally have collector's mugs that were made by a place
What?
in we're talking.
I broke most of my mugs at this.
Yeah,
And just mine, not Poppy's.
I literally have
Noise
collector's mugs that were made
makes
by
it
a place
impossible
in
to
Grand Rapids,
understand it.
Michigan. And the joke of it was that mine never got broken, but Zizi's did a bunch. Like again, this kid would go out of their way to with my partners. And this is not just with Zena. This happened with every partner I've had except for I think one of them. Anyone that asked them to do what they needed to do would get shit. So I need you guys to understand that you can go watch those other people. You can go look at this document. I'm not going to stop you. But
Again, this person's only by the time they left you, they were 22 years old. Like, if you're going to talk about how they with all of your partners, we're talking about the majority of their life, them as a minor. You're probably spending way too much attention, putting way too much attention on all these Discord kittens that you're inviting over to your house to get for 3 days, and then you can send them back home so you don't have to deal with any emotional responsibility to them, but you also don't want to have any emotional responsibility to your own child or pay them any attention, and then the child acts out and then is developing behavioral issues because you are such a disgusting, degenerate piece of shit parent that you with a degree in clinical therapy that you can't recognize what's going on in your own household. I'm glad they got their guns back, dude. I'm sure Poppy is really proficient with a handgun.
you need to understand something. You're being lied to. And we're going to show you as much as we can with what we have. The last thing I want to bring up is a really bizarre claim that I actually find really offensive. So one of the claims that was brought up against us is that we didn't let Adrian
I'm sure there's a lot that you find offensive here. There's a lot that I find offensive on the screen right now.
took away the internet.
Well, he specifically phrased it too as you were isolating them. That's exactly what they would say, isolating them.
So here's what happened. Adrian would spend hours upon hours upon hours dicking off on Discord or playing video games with their friends instead of doing the things that were asked of them. So the issue is that what we would end up doing, we would try to come up with consequences because they would lie to us or dick off. And the issue we got into was
Yeah, just remember I don't even have I X'd out the original document, but just remember the 80 text messages sent in about 2 minutes, just drilling into the Noe person. After basically begging them you love me? You love me? Thank you for saying you love me. I'm just so small and innocent and also a small little being that can't, can't really feel close attachments, but I feel really close attachment to you and I just want to make sure you feel the same attachment to me. Oh, wait. You're going on a date with another person in the polycule? How dare you tell me that? You disgusting slut. You're going to tell me that you're going over there to their house to eat dinner with them and possibly get like railed in your pretty pink little asshole, and I don't get to take your virginity? Like, bro, please shut the fuck up. Actually,
thing worked. Adrian was too willful. So what we did is eventually said, okay, we can only do one other thing. And that was we changed the password to the Wi-Fi. We let them not have access to the main internet in the house. Now you might be thinking, oh no, they've lost connection with their friends. Oh dear. Except they didn't. We have a T-Mobile plan. Adrian used to be on. They're not anymore. But that T-Mobile plan came with it a 10 gig hotspot. So not only did Adrian have their cell phone to be able to interact, talk with their friends on Discord, or be able to write them, they had a 10 gig hotspot they could connect their laptop to do the work they needed for looking for resumes, doing that kind of stuff, or just talking to their friends. In fact, I know they used that hotspot because they blew through the 10 gigs really quickly because they didn't understand how.
imagine laying in bed and having to listen to your parents having a orgy in the other room. They're making like weird furry noises. There's weird chirps, growls, and barks happening and shit. You can't escape, so you just like put on your like your Beats headphones. You turn the sound cancellation on, and you try and talk to your friends like, guys, I gotta get through this. I gotta get out of here, guys. Oh God, I heard someone. I just heard someone pull out the spanking machine.
How downloading works despite it being explained multiple times. Now, so they definitely still had internet access. On top of that, they would regularly go to the library to do work there for resume stuff as well as looking up certain things like, how you appear at an interview, things like that. The library is like 4 blocks away, give or take. And again, yes,
Walls shaking, whips and howling.
Yeah, it never stopped them from going over all the time shopping. It never stopped them from doing anything they wanted to do. But suddenly it was an issue when they were doing chores. And so what ended up happening was we had to start making the guessing game of, is Adrian actually dealing with her pots or is Adrian lying? And there's no way to win that contest because it would only happen then. And so what we would do is make sure they had like sports drinks, make sure they had snacks and food.
Actually, there is a way to win that argument. Just like I don't believe that either of you guys have debilitating like disabilities that make it to where you can't work. You can just say, I don't believe you. There is winning that. But
we make sure they ate.
It seems like the Adrian person like has some, I was about to say meat on the bones of their argument, but I guess they don't have any meat on the bones of their argument because they're 80 pounds, 15.2 BMI. Feel like the anemia claims there are a lot more substantiated by the fact that, like, compared to the fact that you get headaches. Okay, we need to finish this because I need to end stream because I haven't eaten since like 10 a.m.
We did the best we could to make it so they were able to function and do this. Because again, look up POTS.
It's actually really treatable.
Super treatable.
Really treatable with physical therapy, diet changes. So basically, just more fault really.
Unless you don't let them into the kitchen to drink the sports drinks with the salt that they need in order not to faint.
Possibly some medication, eating properly, eating regularly. No, it's super fucking treatable. It's not that big of a deal. And if they did have an issue, we just went, okay, why don't you sit on the couch, get a snack, sit down, eat for a little bit, set a timer on your phone just in case you get kind of lost, and you get kind of out of it or ADHD kicks in, whatever. And then when you feel better, you start up your chore again and get that done. And we did. We had a thing with them of, hey, dude, you gotta get your chores done before you get back online with your computer. We knew if they went back to their computer, they would get sucked in for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Like, I want to be really clear that so we encouraged them to take care of themselves and they got mad. Yes.
We had house agreements going back years requiring them to take care of themselves because they didn't.
Including regularly showering because they would forget.
Consistent sleep schedule. Like, if we didn't step in some of those past years, like, that would just be neglect. And I had to look at this and go, okay, yes, they're an adult, but also we live here with them, so how do we handle this? And we went with, no, we do need to step in. We need to tell them and make sure they get medical care. Make sure that they get medications. Eat consistently. Have consistent sleep. That's why there were so many schedules in place, was for them. Because they were not managing on their own. And this was a lot. A lot. We have to keep up with. Especially
if the schedules aren't helping them, then you have to find a new schedule.
2 people who both have chronic illness.
I have POTS. My parents basically went by the rule. If you're not passed out, you're okay. It ended up being chores that I could do and asking my said. Fair. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not saying we were perfect. And towards the end, the last 6 months, there was a lot more like arguments because Adrian was becoming. But I need you guys to understand that, like, when I talk to my other kids and I support.
I can't tell if that was a cut, if that was the noise gate.
But I need you guys to understand. I'm not saying we're perfect. And towards the end, the last 6 months, there was a lot more like arguments because Adrian was becoming. But I need you guys to understand that
was a cut.
When I talk to my other kids and I support them or are there for them, I don't have these problems.
A lot of kids on the server who have gotten help or anything from Poppy.
Oh, the kids that you don't live with, that don't have to be like commanded by you all the time. You don't have problems with those people. Your Discord kittens, you don't have a problem with them. Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock.
Hell, Nightwile and freaking Chem are I consider like under my auspices. Like, they have better conversations. I don't have the same stilted interaction with people because.
Oh my God! Lean forward towards the mic so we can actually hear you.
So It wasn't until they got mad that they started having restrictions that they actually started looking for a new place to live. It wasn't because they wanted to be independent. It was because they didn't want to deal with us and us having some sort of boundary or asking for help and trying to work together as a household. Like, I'm not saying there were chores that we did. Like, a lot of the out of house stuff, a lot of the running around and doing stuff, that was on Zizi. My job was to work and make chores done when I helped,
I kind of like took care of one bunch, anything that she did.
including going to the vet. Like, we tried to so many times frame this as working as a team. And that's not to say we didn't do dishes. That's not to say
We're not perfect. Most truthful statement ever stated. True.
we didn't clean things. There are plenty of times that we tried to frame that as this, really try to work together. But this idea that Adrian had to work 8 hours with no food, no one cared about their pots, blah, 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 blah. No, none of this is true.
Which sound
And if you
effect in
believe
my
it's true, I'm
soundboard?
sorry, you're an idiot.
So they didn't bother educating us about their pots. In fact, they told us lies about it the first time.
Zena had to do independent research and then call them out on it because they decided to give us wrong information, despite the fact that we literally found the packet that was filled with all of this information that they should have given
That
us.
their doctor gave to them. Yeah. And I went through and I highlighted things. Like, no, Adrian, you eating regularly and being on the schedule that we all have agreed on already is actually really good for the pots because it means that you will eat consistently.
I hate that I have to talk about this. I don't want to do this much longer.
I hate that I've got to go.
Because the thing is we did our best and tried with this kid. And I know it sounds like I'm being really distant with my language, and it's because, let me be really clear, I fought for so long to try to get everybody in the house to work together. I tried for so long to try to fix it, and eventually I just had to give up because Adrian would not play ball. I had so many arguments with my partner, so many, trying to figure out what was wrong. Yeah, they would not work with us. They got on their Lexapro and it got better for a while. You know, they got done with school and it got better for a while. Then it went right back to being awful. And living with them while they were an adult for the last couple of years was hell.
People seem to think this is an 18-year-old, like a currently 18-year-old. That is the shit that they are constantly posting about Poppy and I, is that we've used a child. I didn't know this kid as a child.
Nobody cares that they're 22 or 23 years old. Now they're 24. Nobody cares about that. It's that this was a person that you raised from birth and you talk about them like they're garbage. It's that you raise them from birth and you like choose your partners over the child seemingly every single time. You are a selfish, disgusting, degenerate piece of shit who had no right raising a child, let alone like trying to control them for as long as you did. There is literally no part of this that makes you look good whatsoever. It is the most aggravating thing, hearing the cope come out of these disgusting freaks. If the child, again, I reiterate, if you're